Welcome to the return of the flame trench, the bigger, more expensive, more production over... Wait, we're leaking hydrogen? Oh.
And here we go.
There's the deluge. Here's ignition.
Doubling up.
Did he just do a Kerbal?
Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, Gino.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, that sure looks like a perfect world.
Propulsion continues to be normal.
We did have an observation.
Equalizer.
343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers can fly!
Bingo! Right in the center.
Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No.
Oh my God.
Yikes. You bet. Sure. We don't need any more of these.
Welcome everybody to the Flame Trench. This is our weekly news show when we're not off the previous week, where we talk about some of the major topics happening in spaceflight, have a little fun with it, and most importantly, discuss it all with all of you in chat. I'm Sawyer Rosenstein, and I will be your host once again for the Flame Trench. And I don't want to leak anything, but I am joined by some other people here to help me. So also joining me, as we get all the audio back. See, we were gone 2 weeks, so you get two of me. How about that? Joining me now is EJ. How's it going, EJ Sa?
Dude, we made it 30 seconds, and you already threw a pun in there about leaking hydrogen?
I mean, we're back. We took a week off. It feels so weird. Now that we're back, I got to double the puns.
Okay, all right. I guess we got to make up for next week. Just make sure you have your pun tokens with you. But I'm good. Everything's good.
Oh, I have my pun tokens all right. And the person who's been out there in the cold dealing with all of these hydrogen leaks, who's also joining us in a warmer room tonight for commentary here, is Max Evans. How's it going, Max?
It's going fine. There are no leaks currently in here at the moment. I actually do have a space heater on the floor should the need arise. It has been very chilly lately. But yes, have been on the ground and am eager to actually get into all of our topics today because they are actually quite interesting.
Oh, there is a lot of good stuff. Absolutely. So, as a reminder, if you have any questions, you can tag us at NASA Spaceflight or at NSF. We'll do our best to answer as many of them as we can. We just ask you kind of try and stick to the topic that we're already on. So basically, if we're talking about Artemis 2, then we talk about Artemis 2. Of course, we always talk about Starship, so that'll go on later. And yes. So, about those February launch dates, I think they might delay a bit. I'm going to throw this one over to you, EJ.
Well, NASA conducted the first topic, this is going to be fun. NASA conducted their wet dress rehearsal last Monday. And, well, it was the first wet dress rehearsal of the Artemis 2 SLS rocket. It's the first rocket since the Apollo program that is slated to send humans around the moon, ultimately in preparations for the first moon landings since 1972. Now, Artemis 2 is not landing. It's going to just do a flyby, similar to Apollo 8. But what NASA does before they do all that is they put the rocket out on the pad and they do what's called a wet dress rehearsal. Wet dress rehearsal is basically where they go all the way through the count and they do everything but launch the rocket. There's only two differences, really, two big fundamental differences between a wet dress rehearsal and the actual launch. One is they don't launch the rocket. Two, they don't have people on board. That's the only difference. So NASA did conduct a full launch campaign, but they did run into some problems. During the fueling operations, they did run into a small leak, and they stopped hydrogen fueling on the core stage, and then they restarted it. They had a seal that seemed to be okay, and they ended up getting the vehicle topped off, but they topped off with fuel. Topping means that it's full, and you got to keep recirculating your propellants. Now, that's kind of where this all gets to be a little bit. So they got into their terminal count, which is great. That's a huge milestone. Terminal count is basically, final countdown. down. I don't want to get sued. So I'm changing the lyrics. So they got to the final count, and at 5 minutes and 15 seconds, we had a hold. Now, keep in mind, guys, the whole count sequence is 49 hours. Okay, that's when they start the launch campaign. So they went from 49 hours down to 5 minutes and 15 seconds, and they did get a hold. Now, what happened is at T-minus 6 minutes in the count sequence for the ground launch sequencer for SLS, they went to pressurize the hydrogen tank, and it ended up causing a leak. Well, it's not necessarily a leak. What they saw is elevated hydrogen levels inside of the cavity that houses the seal for the hydrogen recirculation lines. Now, there's 2 recirculation lines on SLS. One is an 8-inch recirculation line, and one is a 4-inch recirculation line. Now, one is they're called the bleed line and the purge line. Now they're on that thing right there, that white plate in the center of the picture there. That's the tail surface mast umbilical, or TSMU. TSMU has the hydrogen inlet hole and the 2 gaseous hydrogen out holes, right? Now, the reason why you need hydrogen in and gaseous hydrogen out is because hydrogen is a hazardous gas. It's known as haz gas in spaceflight. Hazardous gas is something that can do anything from asphyxiate a person or all the way up to hydrogen, which blows up. Yeah. If you don't give gaseous hydrogen somewhere to go, like a purge flame, it'll find a place to pool and it'll find a place to ignite. That's why they need to recirculate it back. Now, from actually NSF's coverage of the wet dress rehearsal, we could see the purge flame from the great coverage that you guys provided. But yeah, this ultimately did doom the wet dress rehearsal. I don't want to speak like crazy like that. Like, oh, it's doomed, we're doomed. It's nothing like that. But they are unfortunately probably going to have to do another one. And that's caused the February 8th launch date to be moved into sometime in March. They do have to conduct another wet dress rehearsal. They got to make sure that this rocket can get all the way down to basically not point of ignition, but right close to it. Just to make sure that everything is working. So yeah, how long was the wet dress rehearsal stream that you guys did, just offhand?
We had 2 of them to make sure that our stuff didn't get cut off, because YouTube only archives 12 hours of live footage before it just starts rewriting the beginning. So I believe it was almost 14 hours of total coverage, split between Ryan, Caton, and myself hosting, and D, Max, and Philip Sloss out in the field.
That was a long day. But we all knew.
Imagine it was long on our side. You were out there.
Yeah, but we all knew that was going to be the case, right? As we said during the wet dress live stream, like, this is not a load and go procedure. It's not like Falcon 9 where prop load begins at T-minus 35 minutes, or with Starship around the 50-ish minute marker before launch. It's a multi-hour process, and it took pretty much almost the entire afternoon to get prop load really underway. I think Charlie Blackwell Thompson in the post wet dress rehearsal press conference confirmed that they were given a go at, it was either 10:40 or 11:40 a.m. that morning, and then prop load pretty much took the entire afternoon before getting into the final hours of the test towards the 9 p.m. window opening and the 1 a.m. window close. She also mentioned, so going back to the actual hydrogen concentration in that plate with that rubber seal in the TSMU, she reported or confirmed that there was a 12 to 14% hydrogen concentration noticed in there at first. And so the reason why we saw propellant load, at least with hydrogen, start and stop twice, was to stop hydrogen flow and let the temperature inside of that cavity rise, and thus favoring the actual materialistic properties of that rubber seal, letting it warm up and reseal before resuming flow. They did that twice, and they actually managed to tank the entire vehicle on the first try, which I thought was incredibly impressive. Considering how Artemis 1 went, I think that first attempt was amazing. Like, they went amazingly well. But then when they closed off all the valves in the hydrogen tank to begin H2 tank pressurization, that was when they saw a spike upwards of and or above the 16% concentration barrier, which they had set as their hard limit before triggering an abort. We were around 30 to 45 seconds before LOX tank pressurization, and we can actually see that because of the oxygen vent valve at the very top of the LOX tank on the core stage. That's where that white cloud was coming from. We would see that stop with that valve closing, and that is when the LOX tank would begin to press. So, yeah, not entirely unexpected, I think is the fair, or could be the fair way of saying that, considering all the issues we saw with Artemis 1. But again, the fact that they got as far as they did with this test compared to Artemis 1, it was, I don't want to say miraculous, because this is how things are supposed to go, but for this being the first time with this rocket in particular, and also the first time filling this core stage in particular with cryogenic propellants being hydrogen and oxygen for the first time ever, because mind you, it did not go through a green run over at Stennis. Everything went surprisingly well, and if the only issue that they noticed there was with the TSMU, that's a relatively easy fix depending on what the actual issue is. But they have said that the vehicle is going to stay on the pad for repairs, at least for now. We have not really heard any whispers or any news of a rollback, which is good news. But for a first test, I think this went really, really well, all things considered.
You know, there was a lot of W's in this, but you know, like, okay, I'm gonna address the elephant in the room, guys. Like, how, you know, this isn't, well, not the exact same problem, right? It's not the exact same problem as Artemis 1. You know, how does a similar problem, let's say problem adjacent to Artemis 1, and you know, you got to think, like, they've had 3 years to kind of figure out what's going on here, and they have it. That's clearly, like I said, it's problem adjacent. It's a similar idea. Now, like, how you know, you've had 3 years to fix this. What's going on, right? Like, everything else, the wet dress rehearsal went perfectly fine, but they knew that seal that could have those problems, and you know, this happened many times during the wet dress rehearsal for Artemis 1. How do you not fix this problem over 3 years? Like, yeah, I think it's kind of ridiculous.
I know how.
Yeah.
You don't fly rockets in between. I mean, when you look at what you have, yeah, it's not like Falcon 9 where, oh, experience the issue, cool, let's fly another 100 of them in the next year and see how it goes. You don't have that ability. In the last 3 years since Artemis 1, how many of these vehicles have they flown? 0. How many have they fueled? 0. So how do you know you fixed the leak? You don't until you test it. This is basically the second test of loading up an SLS rocket. So that's why. And again, that just comes down to the cadence of the program, which Jared Isaacman even mentioned on X of, hey, yeah, this is the slowest cadence of any NASA-led project ever. So it's, yeah, that's why I think it happens. And of course, they, like Charlie was saying in the briefing, and like they've mentioned before, we've done so many things that we've learned from Artemis 1 so that this hopefully doesn't happen on Artemis 2. But you can only do so much of that when you're not testing it. So sure, maybe you fix part of the issue. Like we said, the leak versus the percentage amount in the hood there. So, yeah.
I mean, to be fair, yes, sorry, AJ. I think, to be fair, Sawyer, this is not really their second time testing it. This is their, I think, if we want to include the launch attempts, I think this is like the 5th or 6th time they've tried fueling SLS in total. Granted, the first time with this vehicle in particular, because again, the core stage on this vehicle did not go to Stennis for a green run, and it never saw any real tanking tests before that point. But they also swapped out some of the hardware, if not all the hardware on that TSMU compared to Artemis 1. Not to mention the just sheer, I don't want to use the word abuse, but that's kind of the word or that's what it went through during the launch of Artemis 1, because it's in very close proximity to all 4 RS-25s and both 5-segment SRBs. So even though they get pulled up and tucked away inside of that gray structure there on the left, as you can now see on your screen, it's still there's a lot of vibration. There is a lot of temperature differential there between the lines being super cold and the super hot exhaust from the engines. There's a whole bunch of factors there, but also it's not like they have a core stage where that they can just put on the mobile launcher and do fit checks with the TSMU as often as they can, like we see with SpaceX over at Massey's with either ships or boosters compared with crowd testing. They can't just do that. So I see your point, EJ, and I think regardless of how you try to spin it, it still doesn't really look great, because again, once every 3 years for a flight cadence is not exactly impressive considering Artemis's original goals. But again, like you have to work with what's in front of you, and the fact that they got a brand new vehicle, untested vehicle, at least in terms of the actual hardware in place compared to Artemis 1. I think everything went almost as well as it could have. Now are hydrogen leaks optimal? Of course not. It's the most pesky substance and propellant to work with when it comes to liquid fueled engines. But we saw this multiple times also during shuttle. It's not in it, but we saw some missions where there were no issues with the mounts there with shuttle, but then there was a handful that were. I think one even recalled or needed. Sorry, help me out here. I think it was like 2 or 3 rollbacks just because of a leak on the actual tail mount or umbilical mount. I think.
For which one? For shuttle?
Yeah, I think for shuttle. I think there was. I can't remember which mission it was in particular, but
I want to say 133 that ended up delaying 6 months because it had the ground umbilical carrier plate issue.
That one. That's okay. Yeah, those are the words.
Yeah, that piece of hardware
carrier plate.
Dude. Just because, like, Max, I see what you're saying, dude, but just because you're making a shuttle-derived launch vehicle doesn't mean you have to inherit all the shuttle's problems, too. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, I mean, that's kind of what I'm getting. Like, dude, nobody at NASA, like, thought, maybe we should test this again. Maybe we should figure this out. Nobody thought to build a prototype, nothing. Maybe test the TSMU, like mass simulator or something. 3 years have gone by. Like, I guess I just have to ask, like, what have you been doing these 3 years? And while I will say that the rest of the wet dress rehearsal went through the entire count and it was great, but come on, you're gonna get hosed by that?
I mean,
you've had 3 years. Come on.
To have a test article to work with, though, EJ, you have to have the budget for it, and NASA barely has the budget to build one at a time right now. To be fair, so
you're telling me SLS doesn't have the budget to do things?
No. But also,
it's under budget. Come on.
Totally under budget and on time. Remember, on time. But also, it's not like SLS is not the only rocket that uses hydrogen on its first stage. We can also look at H2 and H3 in Japan. We can also look at the former family of Delta IV rockets. I mean, Delta IV medium, and Delta IV heavy. And we saw numerous GSE or ground surface equipment issues with Delta IV heavy over at Pad 37, which is where Starship will eventually fly. It's not like it's limited to SLS. It's like any vehicle that uses hydrogen on its first stage, or at all in this case, runs this risk because of how difficult it is to contain. Now, also, granted, Atlas, Vulcan, and New Glenn all use hydrogen on their second stages, and we haven't really heard much in the way of there being leaks or severe fitment issues that, I guess, invoke leaks of major proportions on the vehicles. Granted, they're working with a much smaller quantity of hydrogen on each vehicle, and it's also on the upper stage, and the umbilicals are much different. Granted, whole bunch of other factors in there. I get it, but I'm still pleasantly surprised with how this test went. I think that's fair to say. Annoying, but still better than maybe I perhaps expected. I'm gonna be honest.
I mean, I think
it was good, but sorry, go.
I don't think we ever thought that we would get to a fully fueled vehicle during that test. I'm going to be honest, especially when we had that first leak come out. I was like, oh gosh. Which I'm going to say it now. I'm a terrible human being, but The moment that first hydrogen leak happened, I started booking my hotels for the March window. No joke. I feel like I jinxed. I hope that wasn't me that jinxed it, but I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna book the March hotel days before the prices go up to like $800 a night. So,
Well, it's
and
like
yeah.
I think you could hear in all of our voices on stream. Like we first got word of a hydrogen leak on the TSM, and we're all just like, here we go again. But you know, hopefully better times to come. Actually, there are rumors going around of, or at least in terms of what Mr. Chris Bergen has tweeted or posted on this morning, and that the next attempt, or the second attempt for a wet dress rehearsal for Artemis 2 is next Friday, if all goes well. And interestingly, perhaps most interestingly, if that goes well and SLS does not wet its pants, that could open up the opportunity for a March 3rd launch window, which is outside of the originally stated window, granted. But under the circumstances for March 3rd, apparently that puts it in afternoon daylight hours, like around the 5 o'clock, 5:30 p.m. range.
Oh, please.
Oh, please. Oh, please. Oh, please. Like, that is
Artemis
literally perfect.
jellyfish?
That's
Artemis
literally perfect. Like,
jellyfish?
you could not ask for better light in that. Like, because at that point, from the press site, the sun will be at your back. The sun will not be super harsh. It's going to be a nice scenic. Well, it's hopefully going to be a nice scenic, like, I don't know, watercolor-esque painting kind of sky. I can see it in my head now. But SLS has to not wet its pants again. And when you're dealing with hydrogen, that's kind of asking a lot, at least with SLS. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't, dude. I don't think so. New Shepard has no problem flying with hydrolox, and their umbilicals don't leak.
You are talking about a vehicle and systems for a rocket that is this big compared to a rocket that is this big.
Size doesn't matter, Max.
What's Delta 4 Heavy then? Chopped liver?
I already talked about Delta 4 Heavy and its numerous GSC issues.
Yeah.
Didn't have hydrogen leaks. I don't think Delta 4 Heavy really cares. It's just like, yeah.
Oh yeah. Well,
leaks
Delta
a little
Heavy
bit.
don't
All right,
care.
I'm on fire. Let's go. All right,
Yeah.
bye.
The most metal
Delta 4
rockets
and
to
Honey
have ever
Badger are the
flown.
same.
Yeah.
But
I don't know,
I
dudes. I you know, like, sorry, real quick. The reason why I had said in a previous Flame Trench that I think they're going to get through the entire wet dress rehearsal, and I'm thinking they're going to get through the vast majority of it, because the reason why I said that, guys, isn't because, I wanted it to, obviously, right? But the big reason is like, oh, you've had 3 years. They've had the experience here. They'll be fine. They'll figure out all the problems. Oops. I guess screw me for having good faith. I guess, like, I'm not any SLS hater by any means. I think the big thing is that they just got to fly this thing more. Just got to fly it more. NASA is
What a concept.
not a hardware rich program. I mean, sorry, you said it at the beginning, right? Yeah, and yeah, man, like, you got to launch it more. We have to launch it more. We have to expand this program. We have to keep going. Now, people are going to hate that I said that, but I think that's the truth.
I mean, Berger kind of put it best in that with the launch cadence once every 3 years, it's impossible to get into really any kind of routine when it comes to servicing vehicles that are up next in flight, and also your launch support hardware being the mobile launcher, ML1 in this case, because ML2 is currently under construction still. And once every 3 years, you have to pretty much relearn almost the entire system in terms of how things all fit and work together with the umbilical connections and everything else. It's not like Falcon 9 where you just roll the TE back to the hangar, throw a Falcon 9, a fully stacked Falcon 9 on it, roll it back out to 40, and fly two and a half days later. It's nowhere near like that. And certainly the current infrastructure is not in place to support that. So, yeah, some words here from NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman, currently on your screen, that directly address the issue of a very low launch cadence and its inherent problems coming with that cadence. There are arguments on both sides, both for and against it, and there will always be arguments on both sides here. I get it. also becomes more difficult to defend, I guess, the longer it goes on. But I'm just happy to see it go through almost a full wet dress on the first attempt, and that hopefully, cross your fingers, cross your toes, cross everything, bodes well for a solid attempt 2, hopefully next Friday.
Dude, I think that I mean, they're gonna take that TSMU off. They're out there. They've been doing work on it. They're gonna take it off. They're gonna reattach it. Right. They're gonna do all that. Guess what? It's gonna leak again.
Of course.
Not with that attitude.
This doesn't. I mean, I'm not trying to be a doomer here, but what is that? What is that? Detaching it and reattaching it do? I mean, yeah, you're gonna reseat the seals, and I guess they'll check if the seal got nicked or something, which does happen. I mean, they also said in the press conferences the press conference that the crawler transporter can vibrate around and it can unseat the seal.
Oh yeah,
right.
Oh yeah, it is a very dynamic environment whenever SLS rolls to the pad. I think there's a good video out there. I can't remember who posted it, but it's fixed toward the very top. Excuse me, of Orion and the launch escape system as the crawler and SLS are moving away from it, and you can actually visibly see the rocket doing that. So the rocket isn't exactly stationary and fixed in place, like solid, not moving when it's on the crawler moving. Granted, the crawler moves at 0.7 of a mile an hour when loaded with SLS on top of it. You're still
slow,
going,
yeah.
you're still going over a very not smooth patch of land to get to LC-39B, and so it's a very dynamic environment, and everything from the actual, as you saw, the vehicle's doing this. That means the entire vehicle is shaking, thus meaning every other umbilical connection and physical contact point with the vehicle is also shifting. So maybe there was something that they didn't notice in the VAB because it was fine, at least in terms of visual and pressure checkouts. But when you're at pad B, and because of all the movement, maybe something had shifted, or I don't know. There are a whole bunch of variables in here.
See, I think that's okay, Max, you know about that. NASA clearly knows about that. They've had 3 years. They've known about that for 3 years. They know about that going back to the shuttle.
Yeah.
So, I guess where my real criticism here is coming from is okay, you knew about this. You knew it could happen. And then you're just well, let's just cross our fingers and hope. Crossing your fingers and hoping doesn't get you very far in space flight. I guess that's where I'm coming from. If you knew that could happen, why not be preemptive about it? Why that's I don't like that. I don't think that's a good way to do things. But then again, I mean, I know we don't have the whole picture, but I'm only criticizing SLS this much because look, I wanted to fly. I wanted to fly more. This type of crossing your fingers and hoping that it's going to be fine. You keep doing that kind of stuff, you're going to keep running into problems, and I think that it's just going to give more fodder for people to want to cancel it. You can't be doing this. You can't if you know that that's going to happen, figure it out, right? We have a crawler transporter. You have the ML, right? They've had it for 3 years. They weren't stacking for 3 years. Maybe, I don't know, figure out what the frequency of vibrations is, send that thing out to the pad, figure out the frequency of vibrations and see, test in do small non-destructive testing on the umbilicals and everything to make sure that doesn't happen. You telling me none of this happened? That's ridiculous. Do we not have the budget? Dude, you just take the crawler transporter, fill it up with gas and move. It's already engineered. It's already there. Why, this cross your fingers nonsense is not going to work as we get further into the Artemis program. It's not.
No,
it's not going to work. This is the easiest mission, guys. This is the easiest mission. Artemis 3, 4, 5, NASA themselves have admitted in the past that as we get further into the Artemis program, the missions are going to get increasingly complicated. They've said that themselves. You can't be hopium is not going to get you anywhere. This stuff needs to be solved. That wet dress rehearsal needs to be done right the first time. Can't the seal might leak. What happens when we get into the late stages of Artemis concept of operations, or CONOPS for short, when there's a starship loitering around the moon with cryogenic propellants off of this, and you go to launch this SLS, it starts leaking everywhere. It starts leaking everywhere. This problem needs to be fixed now. It needs to be fixed now. Because
I
what if
agree.
there's a Blue Moon Mark II out there ready to go, and oh nope, we got to wait another month because the moon's not going to be in the right place because the thing leaked all over the place. It wet his pants, as you say. Like Max, the only reason why I'm bringing the heat right now is because look, this is the easy mission.
Oh, I know.
If you're having
Yeah.
problems during the easy mission, you're gonna have more problems during the hard mission.
Yeah.
Right.
No, EJ, I do not disagree by any means. Like every single bit of information that we have talked about is not new, right? It's not new information. It just is what it is. But that doesn't make it necessarily excusable. But of course, hydrogen is very pesky.
You're not kidding. I mean, I like that. We need like a Artemis wetting its pants merch. Which, by the way, there was a question for you, Max.
Oh.
Mick was wondering at the SLS briefing, why were you not wearing the Blame Hydrogen hoodie?
You're acting like those ship like that. You know, if there was a way to get one to me like that quickly, I would have worn it happily. And sitting front row seat, I'm sure Charlie would have loved that.
I mean, I got to give props to the shop team, though. All of a sudden, I'm on the air, and they're like, hey, we have new merch. I'm like, what are we talking about? And then all of a sudden, I see the Blame Hydrogen. I'm like, oh my God, this is amazing.
This is real.
I just have to give a shout out to the shop team for that. It's the one that was in the thumbnail. It's a shame that it was only just for the stream, because it's like our scrub merch. We don't really pull it up that often. It was kind of the wet dress scrub merch, I guess.
Yeah.
Can we bring that back? Can we bring that shirt back? I had a bunch of people like on my end that saw it on my stream, sorry, that were like, oh, I got to buy that shirt. And then it was gone. Is it possible? Can we bring up like just for this flame trench or something? Can we bring that shirt back? That's like, you guys know I'm not like one for plugging merch, but also at the same time, I really like that hoodie. That I wanted one of those Flame Hydrogen hoodies.
You know, honestly, seriously, I wanted one too. I didn't have time to go through. I was too like busy just with the wet dress, but I would like one as well. So
someone ping Lindsay in the back chat. Oh wait, is that Lindsay?
Hi.
Hey.
What is going on here? What are y'all saying? Are y'all saying that we should bring back the limited edition merch?
We're totally not making your job more difficult.
I guess we
swear.
are. I guess
no, of course not.
I think we're calling you out, Lindsay.
I think
we're
you're
calling
straight
you
up
out.
calling me out. Thank goodness I was listening in. I mean, should we? I don't know.
I think we should, just for this flame trench, just because you're
for the
here,
trench.
and we have your ear right now, just for now, just for this flame trench.
Seize the moment.
We're pulling you all the way
Lindsay.
into
Seize the moment.
Yeah. If we're pulling into comms just for this, you might as well.
Fine. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yes.
Actually, let's go.
Wait, I'll believe it when I see it. Is she actually doing it? Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Wait,
dude.
Actually,
did it literally
wait a
just
minute.
pop
It's that
up?
easy. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
No.
Oh my god! Hang on. I'm okay. I'm actually doing this.
Sorry, folks. This is just cool seeing it happen in real time.
It's actually up. The whole line's up. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Let's do that. Oh,
Yes.
there you go. Just for this though, because you asked so nicely.
Okay.
Do you have a
ordering one
link
right
or
now.
something to this? Just throw it in chat.
Yep, I got it.
Cool. I guess the Blame Hydrogen merch is back. Cool. Look at, it's
Yeah,
all there. The
baby.
t-shirts, the mugs. Gee.
Forgive me. I'm actually ordering one right now. Forgive me.
When we talk about the shop team, this is what we mean. They're amazing. Everyone say thank you, Lindsay.
Yes. Everybody say thank you, Lindsay, in chat and store team. Like this is actually impressive.
Thank you, Lindsay, in chat.
Actually impressive.
Nice, EJ.
Yeah.
Wow,
I didn't think we had that much pull to be 100%.
No,
no,
but I kind of like it.
We have the power, EJ.
I kind of feel bad. I'm like, yeah, we should get this show. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
God, now it's giving me ideas of what
Ordered.
we can do. Anyway, no, I won't push it too far yet.
Jeez. Anyway, what were we talking about?
Oh
Hydrogen,
yeah,
of course.
hydrogen.
We derailed. Well, yeah.
It's
we
a flame
were talking
trench.
about
Of
that.
course we derailed.
Yeah.
Anyway, let me thank some people here. Space Pope blessing this trench, of course, with the it still boggles my mind usual $50 super chat. Thank you for that, Space Pope. Ghost Biker becoming a Pad Rat member. Oh my god. Look who's in chat here.
Uh-oh, who is it?
Ground umbilical carrier plate. Like, in the words of Shaggy, it wasn't
Ground,
me.
you should change your name to
Tail
Tail
Service
Service Mount
Umbilical.
Umbilical Plate, just for funsies, you know, just for the memes, or create a second account and then do your magic.
Jim Yoder saying if I had a WDR, I'd move the wedding inside. Ha 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 ha.
Ha ha ha. EJ's face says it all. With that one.
All right, Jim. All right.
All right.
But P. Morgan, last week Super Chat, this week Gateway, or last week Super Chat, this week Gateway should have been a cycler test bed. Do it for Buzz. Oh, don't bring up the cycler idea. Anyway,
moon cyclers are
interesting.
They're useful for something. I don't know what it is, but
we'll find a use for it eventually.
Eventually.
I'm gonna throw acronyms at you guys. I'm gonna nerd out for a second. I prefer LLOLOR architecture, low lunar orbit rendezvous architecture. I think Apollo was the GOAT in this regard. I mean, you know why? Because there's 6 descent modules up there where they actually did that whole landing thing. So until somebody else proves to me that there are better ways to get to the moon, that is the best way to get to the moon.
That entire sentence and just that entire everything that you just said felt like brain rot. I'm not gonna lie. Like Bame's not having a strong call of bondulance. EJ, are you okay? Are you smelling burnt toast?
No, not since this morning.
But
when I
come
burnt my toast.
Come on, everyone loves the near rectilinear halo orbit, though. It's so perfect.
Yeah, I love that. Can you hear my enthusiasm?
It's faultless.
Love that for you.
There are no downsides to none.
None whatsoever. Bideford saying with a $50 super chat saying, thank you, Sawyer, EJ, and Max for keeping the Flame Trench alive and healthy. May the puns begin and never stop. Hugs to all on this Friday night stream. Oh, yes. The puns are back, baby. Jimmy Yoder, just put some duct tape on the plate and fly it. I mean, it's true, right?
It'll freeze off. So
speed tape. Use speed tape then, the stuff they use on airplanes.
Yeah, that'll work. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
How about we solve the problem instead of trying to mitigate the problem?
No.
SpaceX did mitigations before. How did that end?
Yeah, about that.
The first 3 flights of version 2. Atmospheric boogaloo.
Yeah, like at the end of the day, we all know that hydrogen's a tough propellant to deal with. We're just going to sit there and let it do its thing. No.
And SLS certainly is not going to be the last vehicle to use it either. So, because also Stokes rocket is going to be using it. Blue Origin uses it. Vulcan uses it. Atlas still uses it. Japan still uses it in the H3. Like it's not going anywhere. I think the Long March 5 also uses it, doesn't it? In its core stage, I believe.
Now Long March 5.
Now Long March 5.
March 5.
That was
yes,
not intentional. I promise. That was not intentional. It was not. I promise. I swear to God, it wasn't. I was just going down. Never mind. We'll stop explaining it. Makes it sound worse.
By the way, I think we broke the shop at this point. We have over 30 store messages from people who purchased the Blame Hydrogen stuff in the queue here.
Holy
now
crap.
I feel
Seriously?
really bad about suggesting this.
I was just counting. There's over 30 people who purchased it and left a message during the Flame Trench to go through on air. I don't know how we're going to get through all of it.
Look at
say them all at once. Say them 3 times fast. Do it.
Go.
Well, let me
keep
going. OG Computer becoming a PadRat member. Patrick, good to see you again with 50 gifted Red Team memberships. Thank you. Wow. Shazbird, no, all the money went to the space lunch system.
We're hungry.
I am hungry.
I apologize, but I find it absolutely ludicrous. There isn't a mock-up of the core stage connections, the TSMU. Then they could practice fueling in actual propellant. They've had 3 years.
That's what I'm saying, dude.
I'm not saying
it's not gonna be that hard. It's just the seal.
Just because it's a reason doesn't make it an excuse. I'll say that.
Orf.
What?
It's the
Are
seal.
you a seal?
Stop it, Sawyer. Oh my God.
It's the seal.
Stop it.
The problems with the seal. Captain Q, thanks for all the coverage. You guys rock it. The message cost 1 pun token. Spectator Private becoming a Bad Red member. Bideford saying EJ actually laid out the reasons why this hydrogen leak issue must be resolved now. Time for a margarita, seriously. Save one for me.
Sawyer likes the margaritas. All right.
I do. Jim Yoder, bring back the merch until SLS flies in June.
A.
In June?
Careful, young
Dude.
man. Careful.
That's mean.
That is pretty mean.
We'll see. I don't know if it'll actually go in March. We'll see, but I don't think June. Oliver with a super chat for Lindsay's effort. And Hokey gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Thank you. Again, I have no clue what to do with all these store messages. Holy cow.
Look at what we did.
You should say thank you.
You go into the panel and you read them.
Out loud?
I dare you.
Speed run it. 10 seconds. Go. Right now.
I gotta open up the panel, man.
You got 5 seconds.
In the meantime, Adrian was asking, did the Saturn V have any of the issues with the cryogenic upper stages during Apollo?
I know that the first time they tried to do a wet dress rehearsal with the Saturn V, it took them a long time to get it right. So although I don't know the specifics as to why, but just go ahead, go.
So they did have a little bit of things here and there, but that was mostly because it was the first time they put the stack all together. That was on Apollo 4, right? They did have a little bit. There was a couple of things here and there, but it wasn't anything to button up. It's just some kinks to work out in the design. Which Max, I suppose you could make the argument that this is them doing the same thing, right? But the other thing to take into account is that every Saturn V stage was static fired at Stennis.
True.
The S1C was on the B2 test stand, or B1 or B2 test stand. The A1 and the A2 were the S4B and the S2 test stands. They were all tested. The only problems that they had were just from putting the whole thing together.
Yeah.
So like I said, you could make the argument that that's what's going on here with SLS, but they definitely didn't have that problem by the time Apollo 6 rolled around.
No,
which
didn't.
Was not 3 years later. Also, at the same time, and once again, I'm only criticizing because I like the Artemis program. I like SLS. I know people are gonna I know people are gonna do that, but I want this vehicle needs to fly more. It needs to fly more in the interim time before commercial vehicles start being relevant in this regard. There's a finite window here, and I think NASA it would be prudent of NASA to capitalize on this.
Yeah.
SLS, you can't have this kind of problems, man.
SLS is the kind of vehicle or the kind of system that is real easy to throw hate and throw shade on when you're not looking at it and when it's not at the pad, because at that point, all you are left with are just a very thin layer of media from whoever's building the stages or the hardware, and then a ton of paperwork with stats and dates, just raw information. But once it's on the pad, it's like, oh my God, SLS is on the pad. It's gorgeous. It's beautiful. So it's a lot easier to be fond of it when it's on the pad, because you can actually see it in its physical hardware that you could theoretically touch. Well, you're not going to, obviously, but
don't lick it.
I'll try not to lick it. I'll do my best. It might be very difficult though. That Sophie looks delicious. Don't actually do that.
Oh.
Do not try that at home, please. Don't.
Especially when Scott Manley posted a picture of it. It looked like toast, like a toasty.
EJ, what are you
What
holding?
did the UK call it? Cheese toasty?
Yes. EJ, what are you holding? What is that? Is that Sophie?
What do you think it is? From Artemis 1, apparently.
What?
You mean apparently? Of course it's from Artemis 1.
How'd you
got it from a guy who got it from a guy who could touch the rocket.
Is that the same one where they maybe intentionally blew up a test article and were giving out pieces as gifts to people?
No. This was from the Sophie that was scraped off after the wet dress rehearsals because the spray-on foam insulation started to crack around the inner tank.
What?
Oh.
I hate you so much
dang.
right now. I hate you so much right now, EJ. So freaking
It
much.
is kind of toasty. Yeah, actually, it's about consistent with. You guys know the stuff that the foam that's in a can that you spray to like seal up cracks in your house and stuff. It's about that consistency, like polyurethane spray foam. It's not that. It's not exactly the same, but yeah.
Dude, can you take a saw, cut it up into a piece, and I'll grab some?
Yeah, sure, if you want.
Actually, I kind of do.
Okay.
Make that too.
Here, you can even see one of the star pattern bolts that was
my
on
goodness.
your stage, see? Because it was going around the yeah.
You're so cool. I wish I was as cool as you.
EJ
well, you got
I want to be
the
like
rocket.
you when I grow up.
You got to see SLS, man. I've never seen an SLS rocket stacked.
True.
EJ
Twice now,
Flex.
actually.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
But who's counting?
It's still cool rocket. Did you pull up the panel, by the way? Apparently it's now over 50 messages long.
Jesus.
You know, I didn't. You know, I didn't. You called my bluff on that. I don't want to do that.
I don't know if I have the screen real estate to do it myself. Otherwise, I would maybe give it a go. But I don't have the screen real estate right now.
I feel like we're gonna have to speed run it at some point here, but
you know what?
I don't know when.
At the very end.
How.
At the very end, just like start like just read off the names like as fast as you can. Like make that our closing bit.
Deal. Stick around till the end because again, I think we said this is only going to be on for the duration of the flame trench. Is that what Lindsay was saying?
I believe so.
So we'll save all of the store messages then for the very end. So let me just thank the last ones in here that aren't store messages. Jim Yoder, +1 for Sawyer's Frozen Seal imitation. Since I get copyrighted for singing anything by Seal, it's the best I could do.
Wow.
And Rossi with the 20-pound tip at tips.nasaspaceflight.com saying, hydrogen, born to leak.
Nice.
That's pretty clever.
Very good.
That's pretty clever.
Well, tramps like us, baby, we were born to leak. So there you go. Anyway,
that's a lot. You're not kidding, dude. I got the panel up. That's a lot. Do I have to like show them on the screen, or can we just go down the list?
I don't know. It keeps growing. Every time I look at it, there's new names, which you're all amazing. Thank you. I'm blown away.
It keeps growing and growing and growing and growing. Nothing outlasts the Flame Trench chat.
And Lindsay in the back channel says, tell the shop team says thanks to when you'll do it. There we go. So thank you from the shops team. Anyway, apparently we have some breaking news coming in. Do we have the stinger?
Oh.
Yes! Nice!
And it didn't blow your eardrums out. All right.
No. So in case you're unaware, we'll go into more details, but SpaceX had an issue with one of its second stage deorbits. And apparently, in response to NSF, when we reached out to them, here was their response that the FAA required investigation of the SpaceX Starlink 17-32 mishap that occurred in space on February 2nd is closed. There were no public injuries or damage to public property. FAA oversaw and accepted the findings of the SpaceX-led investigation. Final mishap report cites the probable root cause was the Falcon 9 Stage 2 engine's failure to ignite prior to the deorbit burn. Well, that kind of helps to deorbit burn is to actually ignite your engine. SpaceX identified technical and organizational preventative measures to avoid a reoccurrence of the event. The Falcon 9 vehicle is authorized to return to flight. Yes.
Let's go.
So let's actually break down what happened here. So for those who don't know, this was less than a week ago at this point. That was surprisingly fast. It was a Starlink launch out of Vandy. It was the 17-32 mission. It launched, it landed, everything looked great. Of course, they don't ever actually show the satellite deploy, but 50 minutes after launch, all of the satellites deployed. Everything was hunky-dory. It was awesome. All that was remaining was for the second stage to perform its deorbit burn. That way it would burn up in Earth's atmosphere, and then any pieces that do make it through go into a designated keep-out zone. That that way boaters don't have pieces falling on their heads, or like they used to have with Crew Dragon, you don't have a Dragon a Dragon trunk falling on top of you. So this was the launch. Again, everything went perfect with that, but then they went to deorbit and yeah, it kind of just didn't. We had Jonathan McDowell who was tracking it, so they had to do the whole thing where they call passivating it. So they purge it, they vent out any of the extra gases and stuff so that there's nothing hazardous in it for when it does re-enter. And Jonathan McDowell, boy, I can't talk. The in-space police basically had cataloged it as the fact that it was in 241 kilometers by 110 kilometers. So that's part of the orbit that they do. It's designed that if something doesn't go right with the deorbit burn, it will eventually burn itself up and deorbit anyway. So that's kind of designed into it. And it took less than a day from when it launched to when it was observed that the Falcon 9 second stage actually re-entered. So at least there was that. So there you go. You can see about 1:30 to 3:30 UTC on February 3rd was when it finally broke up. But there was the question of what was the issue? Will they actually get back to launching? What's going to happen? So it's amazing that we have that, especially given that we have Crew 12 coming up on February 11th as of now, and that kind of needs that second stage. So, I mean, it's just, I'm glad that they figured it out. The real question is, of course, they said that SpaceX figured it out in that statement and stuff, but it didn't really go into why didn't it ignite? Because, I mean, the second stage for Falcon 9, if you remember, has had some incidents in the past. Crew 9, I believe, had a deorbit issue. Starlink 11-4 had a deorbit issue. And then, I think it was Starlink 9-3 in July of, I think it was last year or the year before, where you had that LOX leak where there were chunks of ice falling away from stage 2, when it was like, it's not supposed to do that, although that was pre-satellite deployment. This one at least deployed the satellites, but I mean, what do we think? It doesn't seem like it's that serious if they're able to go from mishap happening on the second to getting cleared to fly 4 days later.
Gee, it's almost like if you fly a lot, you get a lot of flight data, and if something goes wrong, you can fix it really fast.
Really weird, right?
Gee, that's strange.
It's almost like if you make a lot of something too, the odds of you finding a defect at some point go up even more, or just have it, or just coming across some kind of issue goes up. But alas, I think the fact that SpaceX was able to tackle this investigation in terms of leading it and coming to a conclusion and solution about a week after it actually happened, I think really speaks volumes, not only just for the teams involved on the ground, but also for the amount of data and understanding they have for their vehicle. It's not like they have Falcon 9 upper stages that come back and for analysis. All they have is data and what they can see on their cameras. Honestly, though, I'm also not surprised that it didn't take long at all, because SpaceX likes to move fast. And when you have a lot of data, when you fly a lot, when you understand your vehicle, like in and out, like completely, you understand. I think it's fairly easy to find the root cause of what happened if something were to happen. And with this happening now two times prior on the upper stage.
Yeah, you've had 3.
Yeah. I think it's not surprising at all that they were able to find a solution so fast. I mean, that's just how SpaceX rolls. And also, it's not the most complicated upper stage either. It's a Keralox vacuum optimized engine that is capable of deorbiting itself. It's not like it's a hydrogen combustion tap off cycle upper stage where the engineering can be incredibly complex. It's about as simple as an upper stage can be. With a liquid fueled rocket engine. Good Lord, speech is hard today.
You're giving me crud about that.
What?
You okay?
Oh, I'm great.
Stalking the Bondulans.
But here's the other thing. You make a good point there, Max, is the fact that, don't clip that.
So go on. What is the point?
Yeah, it's not a difficult second stage. It's not super complex, and yet when you look at Falcon 9's history of the last, 2 years or so, 3 years, when they've really picked up the cadence, the majority of the issues that they have been with Stage 2. Again, Crew 9, Starlink 11-4, Starlink 9-3. All three of those were issues with Stage 2. That has been the main reason that any payloads have either not gotten into orbit or there's been troubles. Of course, you had some landings that were a little off, but
yeah,
it's got to raise a flag at some point, isn't it? That, hey, all of these second stages in the last, year and a half, we've had 4 of them now have issues.
Yeah, but I think when you fly as often as they do, and especially when it comes to single-use components like a Falcon 9 upper stage, at some point you are going to become a victim of your own success, because regardless of how hard you try and strive for, there's always going to be some differences in all of your actual hardware and components that go into making the upper stage. And with it being a single-use component, without being able to analyze it after flight on the ground, tolerances are incredibly tight, and there's always going to be small differences there, both in terms of how they're actually made and how they're assembled. That's just the reality of what it is. And when you fly as often as they do, that is a risk or that is a problem you risk running into. When you fly 4 times a year and your rate of issue is like one in every. Say you fly like 4 or 5 times a year, and the issue that you're seeing comes up roughly once every 100 flights. It's going to take you a very long time to find an issue that comes up every one in 100 flights, right? So, EJ, I sounded like you wanted to hop in there.
I just wanted to. I mean, yeah, you're right. I just think this is just an additional kind of thought here. It's interesting that SpaceX has had problems only with first-time flying components in this regard.
Mm-hmm.
Never hear any problems from the first stage. I mean, we don't hear about every single problem that they say, right? We never hear about all of it. But also at the same time, I think there's some vindication here for reusability here. And, insurance companies would agree with me on this one, because part of why SpaceX can fly so much and part of why customers choose to fly with them and is, the reliability of Falcon 9. And if you look at like insurance on missions over time, insurance companies actually like the reused stuff because it's more reliable. It's very interesting to me, that they've launched 597 of these upper stages.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, only 3 having a problem is pretty good, but it's very funny to me that the root issue is all the hardware that's flying for the first time, because Falcon 9 doesn't have a reusable upper stage. I don't know. It's just an additional thought. I think that's actually kind of cool. Right? Yep. Yeah.
So I think you're muted.
There we go. I clicked the wrong button. I muted something else and didn't unmute me. Anyway, I was saying,
wouldn't be us if we didn't do that once, guys.
No,
it's just the law.
I would say I'm kicking myself, but I can't kick. So anyway, Hawkeye, agreeing with you on that. Stage 2 issues, because they have to make new ones every time. Boosters, they get back, they can see the issues, so they get to look back at things, see what went wrong. I get that, but at the same time, even still, the fact the ratio of first to second stage issues that we know about, or that have at least led to a mishap investigation either on SpaceX or the FAA or joint, the ratio is just wild.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like if only SpaceX was working on a fully reusable launch vehicle with a reusable upper stage at some point. Wouldn't that be something?
I don't know. You speak of crazy things there.
Wild concept, I know, but just what if?
What if?
I mean, maybe we should talk about that, or do we have something else here, Sawyer?
No,
we got something else coming up before that, I think.
Yeah.
I think it's a good time to segue, because we're here. So guys, I don't know, like this whole week has been kind of a wash with SLS this and hydrogen leak that. Meanwhile, way down in the heart of Texas, Booster 19 went through a full cryo test, As Booster 19 is the next Block 3 SpaceX booster in line because, well, Booster 18 didn't really last.
Unzipped.
Yeah, it unzipped. Yeah, that wasn't great, but it went through full cryo testing, and everything looked pretty good to me. Like, it didn't pop. Like, there was no kind of, oh, yep, nope, that's a problem. Everything looked good, but that kind of got caught up in the static because of all this hydrogen leakage, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So I think. Go ahead, Sawyer.
No, go ahead, Max, and then I'll say my thing.
You're good. That's also sorry, Jay. I know Jay's the one producing. We're going out of order here in terms of topics that we're talking about. But just to put a timeline on what we've seen with Booster 19, because we were off of TFT last week. Booster 19 rolled out of Mega Bay 1 on the very early morning of the first, as Sawyer, you were on the stream. you know that one very well.
Yes, I do.
And then we believe it went through some sort of, correct me if I'm wrong, somebody, it may have gone through some sort of the same pressure test that we saw Booster 18 fail at the day after. And that is also when we saw part of the shine be removed around where right in between two COPVs for inspection, which is kind of a oh god moment, because having to remove part of the shine at Massey's doesn't always look the best, at least from the outside. Of course, SpaceX knows what they're doing. What do we know? And then on the 3rd, it went through a partial cryo. We saw the LOX tank on the bottom become partially frosty, and then we also saw very, very little frost on the bottom of the methane tank as well. And then on the 4th, Booster 19 went all out and went through a full cryogenic test. Both tanks were filled to the brim. As you can see, the booster is completely white from the hot staging ring all the way down past the shines towards the base of the engines. And that is a new look, because compared to version 2 boosters, version 3 boosters have their hot staging ring, or truss in this case, already integrated onto the top of the booster as a core structure. And that is what, of course, the ship will sit on. But the dome that goes in between the truss and underneath the ship isn't just a dome shield for the tanks. That is quite literally the tank surface. So that is also white with frost, because there's also propellant there, right? So really nerve-wracking to see the first version 3 booster go through this test without failure, because this is the first time we've seen it happen with version 3. So we're all just kind of like biting our nails a little bit and just like, please don't pop, please don't pop, please don't pop. There was a bit of a moment, because I don't know if it's in so right there towards the bottom right of the booster, there was some like frost or ice coming off the tank, and it happened again towards the common dome section, which is where I think there was a bit of a purge, and then some more ice fell, which kind of looked like something popped a little bit, but that was just a purge vent or something. But regardless, it was a very pleasant and positive step forward to see here with the first flight, hopefully first version 3 flight ready vehicle, or flight article words. The first version 3 booster to fly with hopefully flight 12 at some point in March. So very exciting to see nonetheless. Now the question is, we have not seen it going through any more tests since, and we wonder if it's going to be like the version 2 booster is going to be a one and done scenario, or if they're going to do more there. But because they've had the other B-18 test tanks there to simulate booster cryogenic loads and other tests with them, is that it for booster 19 before they roll back to Mega Bay 1 and install 33 Raptor 3 engines instead of Raptor 2s? Because remember, version 3 uses Raptor 3. So that is a big question mark there, and that is one we are all very eagerly waiting to find out what happens. Which also begs the question. Ryan in the back channel saying booster block 2 did 2 cryos. Yes, but it happened on a much shorter time span. But anyway, now if they are finished with the cryo-proof test campaign for booster 19, the next step in its campaign is static fire. That is something that we are incredibly excited about, but also that's the other question mark is, when static fire? and also to static fire, it needs to have its Raptors. So that is a big question mark of when. And I want to open the conversation back up with you two, EJ and Sawyer. What do you guys think about Booster 19 going through cryo tests so far? And I want to hear your guys' thoughts on the COPVs being inspected with that little piece of shine coming off just before the first cryo test.
I mean, I think obviously the big thing is, yes, the COPVs so far have seemed to survive, because that seemed to be the big issue before. And in fact, it's also interesting that we're talking about the COPVs, because something came out today about one of their manufacturers. I think, EJ, you were mentioning this as we were getting ready for the show, that this popped up today.
Yeah, SpaceX actually acquired a COPV company, Hexagon Putris ASA. It is a world-leading manufacturer in zero emissions mobility and infrastructure solutions. I totally didn't just read that off a cue card. I swear. No, they acquired this company for $12.5 million, and they're taking COPV manufacture in-house. Now, I think it's an important thing to understand that I don't think that these COPVs are Falcon 9. I think these are just for Starship. Starship has gigantic composite overwrap pressure vessels.
Yep.
So I think it's very telling that they took this, they took this whole thing in-house now to manufacture it. I mean, Sawyer, that begs the question, right? Like, what happened with Booster 18 and Ship 36? Was that SpaceX not handling COPVs correctly, or were they getting structural defects? Like, were they getting defects from the factory? Like, were these handled wrong? Was the laminate on the COPV not done correctly? Like, there's a lot of interesting questions here, but it's very curious that they'd bring it in-house all of a sudden, right? Like,
yeah.
I mean, isn't that SpaceX's thing, though, is over the years, with every part that they can, they've been trying to bring it in-house. It was always going away from the manufacturers and making things themselves. I know COPVs are very finicky and very tricky to deal with, and very susceptible to being bumped. But I don't know. I mean, I guess it's a good thing. It makes you think, though, why not ones that would likely be used for Falcon 9? And I guess there's so few Falcon 9s that are currently in production or being built that are new, as the focus really shifts to Starship more, that they don't need as many. So I feel like they can get away with, paying someone else to still make them for Falcon 9. But for a vehicle as big as Starship and as complex and as many as they're planning to build, I mean, I think it's a smart business decision, as long as they can maintain the quality.
I mean, they still need a lot of those, because, like we were just saying, they still need a lot of COPVs for Falcon 9, because they make the upper stages. Those upper stages have a good amount of COPVs. Like, to be fair, so it's like not as much as like the whole freaking vehicle, right? Like, but yeah, I mean, I kind of agree with you. It's probably a smart thing. SpaceX needs to scale, and I think that's a really important thing to understand. They need to scale. So bringing it in-house and vertically integrating the company that's trying to mass produce rockets, probably a good idea. Like, I like being the dissenting opinion, but I actually think that's a really good idea. I was actually wondering why they didn't do that in the first place.
And also,
to be honest with you,
with Falcon 9, there's a lot fewer question marks with Falcon 9 production and flight, because that design, at least with the Block 5, more or less has been locked in since 2018. I think is when the first Block 5 booster took flight, and which is already 8 freaking years ago. Which also, quick fun fact: today is the 8-year anniversary today of the Falcon Heavy demo flight and Starman's flight in 2018. So the more you know.
Make me feel old.
I know, me too. But there's
8 years ago.
That was 8 years ago, EJ. Believe it or not.
Years.
Yeah.
8, Bob. 8.
But yeah, there's a lot fewer question marks with Falcon 9. Not only has the design been locked in or locked down more or less for years, but also they're making a lot less of them now because of how common reuse has become on the first stage, and how many times or how much reuse that they are getting out of the first stage. I believe the current fleet leader is at 1067, which is the booster number, is, what is it, 31 or 32 flights? Somebody help me. I think it's 31. No, 32.
32, dude.
32. Thank you. It's been a long time since we've seen that booster fly. But with Starship, they have a lot more to make, and they still have a lot more they are a lot more flexible in terms of the overall design when it comes to Starship, both on the booster and ship side, still to this point. And with there being that many question marks, both in quality control and just also design, being able to bring as much technology and power to manufacture in house as possible will save you a lot of time and a lot of headache in terms of variables into how many hands your hardware has to pass through before it gets onto your vehicle. So I think it makes a lot more sense. And the overall goal with Starship is to replace Falcon 9 in maybe 10 years or so, maybe 10 to 15 years, maybe sooner. We'll see what the SpaceX ends up doing. But it makes a lot more sense for this to all, I guess, be now more integrated with the Starship program. So.
Yeah. Again, it just makes sense. And I saw someone saying maybe the other ones that they've received failed quality control when they were testing them last month. And
yeah,
the best way to have quality control is just do it yourself.
You know, Sawyer, well, it's not one-to-one applicable. There was the failure on CRS-7, remember? Where the
I remember.
a COPV came loose in Falcon 9's upper stage, but that wasn't a COPV issue. That was a bracket issue. So technically Falcon 9 said COP. Well, oh God.
Amos 6.
Amos 6. I'm doing really bad with the names today. But the Amos 6 failure, that was a COPV issue. So Falcon, it's not like Falcon 9 has not had any sort of COPV issues. They have. But it's been a long time since we've seen that.
But I don't think that regarding Amos 6, that was about solid oxygen permeation because of their fueling procedure. That wasn't a quality control problem. That was a fueling timelines problem.
Yes. So not direct COPV issues, but COPV related issues in terms of what happened. It's still in the equation.
COPV adjacent, which you don't want to be adjacent to one when it blows. But anyway.
No, certainly not.
So apparently that's not the only thing that SpaceX is buying out today. So they now have a COPV manufacturing and a cyclotron. James Gleason was like, we also bought a cyclotron.
Yeah.
EJ, why would they need a cyclotron at SpaceX?
I think you guys just like saying cyclotron.
I do very much.
No, so the cyclotron is a particle accelerator that's used to, test different types of particle physics. But in the application of SpaceX, they're using it to do radiation testing on Starlink components. Michael Nichols posted this today about how they're going to use it to basically irradiate some satellite parts and see how they react, which is, SpaceX has a particle accelerator. That's pretty cool.
Neat.
That's pretty neat. Those are sweet. Particle accelerators make things go fast. I like things that go fast.
Speed is good.
It's just funny. It's like, oh yeah, what does SpaceX have? Well, let's see. They've got Falcon 9. They've got Starship. Oh yeah, and they also have a particle accelerator because SpaceX.
Yeah, good stuff.
Technically because XAI SpaceX, but still.
I was just going to say, they also now have the ability to work with artificial intelligence via their merger with XAI, or their acquisition of XAI. But yes, been a big week for SpaceX, actually, on a whole bunch of fronts.
I still like the meme. I think it was Elon posted it himself of Elon giving Elon a medal for that.
Yeah, in the merger. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, like the old Obama meme giving himself the Medal of Freedom. Yeah, with Elon's head. I just found that funny.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Now, that's showing that SpaceX is and XAI is trying to vertically integrate the mergers. They're trying to vertically integrate so they can get the Starlink based data center thing going on. And I think all these acquisitions are basically there to, facilitate that vertical integration and, do it, I guess would be the right way to say it. Yeah, man, I don't know, dudes. This merger is
satellites.
Yeah. I'll just precurse this whole thing with, look, I don't hate AI. It's just AI doesn't really like. I don't know. It's there. It exists. I don't get excited about it in the same way I get excited about space flight. But I do understand that, this type of merger could be to, go Kardashian to scale, right?
Mhm.
And then give SpaceX basically all the funding that they need. I'm just, this merger, man, like, I just hope that, the space flight part of it doesn't flounder in the backwash, right? Like, I don't know. What do you guys think? Like, do you think this is a good move, Sawyer? Do you think it's a good move? I don't know. I have my reservations kind of as a space flight fan, but I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, I was torn reading it because yes, it's cool. It's a way to allow for more launches and more launches, more good. I like seeing SpaceX flying more. Of course, there is the whole Kessler syndrome that does get into the back of your mind of do we need all these extra satellites and all this extra AI stuff in orbit where it's already getting super crowded? But then again, it's better than also having to use up all of Earth's water to cool things down when someone asks to make a funny meme. But I don't know. I mean, I see the pros and cons of it. I think as long as AI doesn't just go off as a passing phase that's cool for like 5, 10 years, like Roombas, they still exist, but not everyone has a Roomba anymore kind of thing, a robot vacuum. It's a
That seemed
weird
almost like
comparison,
a
but
fad, like that was a trend that kind of died off.
I have
Although
those.
I think AI is so embedded into our current day-to-day lives in terms of how jobs are performed and how we analyze data and a whole bunch of other factors. I don't think AI is a trend. I think it's here to stay, and it's just a matter of how we're going to apply it to everyday uses, and it will certainly come in major handy when it comes to aiding the engineering of 1 million satellites to go into a low Earth orbit constellation. So I don't, to echo what you were, or to go off of the concern that you were having, EJ. I don't foresee, or I don't worry about there being some sort of issue about space flight with SpaceX becoming sort of like a back of the thought kind of a washed away issue. I really don't, because there are two separate teams working on what used to be two separate companies now working under one umbrella. But I think there's still two completely separate teams. So I don't think it's going to be an issue. If anything, I think it's going to. I mean, everything has teething problems, right? With whether you try to integrate any new either technique or technology into something that's already existing. Just generally speaking, there's always going to be teething problems. It's just a matter of the severity of said teething problems. But I don't foresee this being a huge issue for SpaceX. Maybe in the near term with some said teething issues, but long term, I think it's going to help them just accelerate exponentially. I really do.
I think the best thing to come out of this, for being perfectly honest, is that now the like button on X, the heart,
Yes.
if you click it on a Starship post, it makes a little starship. So if you didn't know that, go check out the socials. We're on X, NASA Spaceflight. We're also on Facebook, Instagram, Threads, TikTok, Blue Sky, all of those, which you should be following us if you're not already. But on X, if you go to our page, go to one of our Starship posts and hit the heart, you'll see a little Starship pop up. It's so cool. I like when they do that. So see, there it is. There's
We're having a
the
live
X
demo of
page.
this right now.
Hey, it's me. And yeah, boy, we post a lot of stuff. See, this is why you should follow us on all the socials. We post a lot of cool stuff on here, like lots of it. And there's even more like Facebook. It's this day in space flight. So there's a Starship post.
I think you might have to mention the word Starship in the actual caption or something.
Yeah, I still haven't figured out exactly how it works, but
because there isn't a
cool.
a hashtag or a specific tag that you have to do. I know Eric Fraser, who's one of our contributors, posted something recently about like literally just the Starship symbol being there when you like something. So maybe we can pull up that profile and like unlike it and like it again, something like that. I don't know.
I'm totally not just getting Jay Keegan, who's producing today, to like all the NSF X posts while we're here. It's totally not my plan. Anyway,
Chat's saying it's a hashtag.
Is it a hashtag?
Hashtag Starship.
Hashtag.
Hashtag OMG.
Hashtag.
Hashtag, let me thank some people here.
There we go. God dang it, Sawyer.
Hashtag AVP. There we go. See, some things never change. Minor downfall, saying NASA should have cooperated with the EU in 2015 in order to have a beefed up Ariane 6 to put Orion on it. Yeah, how's Ariane 6 doing with its launch cadence?
Ew. No.
Totally, really feel.
Ew.
Ariane sounds like a kid. Never mind. I'm not going to say it. That's mean. I'm not going to say that.
What are we going to do? Launch Orion on Ariane 6?
That'd be a big pain in the butt to get Orion down to French Guiana.
I mean, it doesn't have enough Delta V to move Orion to the moon. Not even close.
There's also
You're talking about pulling a semi-truck trailer with a Prius here.
The only thing Ariane 6 right now is launching is the hopes and dreams of European, and it's not launching many of them.
It's launching a Kuiper mission coming up, which is going to be the first mission with Ariane 6 to feature 4 solid rocket boosters for the first time, because up to this point, it's only flown with 2. Just saying.
It's also launched more than Vulcan. Just saying. Bum, bum, ba-dum.
I mean, hey, we have NSF 87, I think it is, coming up.
Yes. Yep.
On the 12th, the day after Crew 12, which is currently scheduled for the 11th. So
hopefully
there's that. But
if all goes well.
About those satellites that are going to launch on Ariane 6. Oh, they can't really. So we'll launch on Vulcan. Well, they can't really. So we'll launch on... Yeah. I want to say poor Amazon, but now, A, Amazon's not poor, and B, now that they've changed it to Leo, I don't feel as bad.
Oh, wow. Apparently Ariane 6 and Vulcan are on the same day right now, as things are currently. And you can see that by going onto our app, Next Spaceflight, where we have all sorts of information regarding upcoming launches and previous launches and launch vehicles. And as you can see on your screen, Amazon Leo LE01, which is the first I said Kuiper. Oh my God, Leo. It's Leo. Oh my God, it's Leo. It's not Kuiper. It's Leo. It's Leo.
Kuiper's a cooler name anyway, dude.
Oh God, Amazon Leo, the first Leo mission to launch on Ariane 6, is currently scheduled as on the same day as Vulcan in USSF 87. Although the time of day for Vulcan, I have to say, is absolutely diabolical. Diabolical.
Oh, yeah.
That window is diabolical.
What was it, 3 to 7 a.m. Eastern?
3 to 8 a.m. Eastern.
3 to 8 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's a 5-hour launch window.
Orbital mechanics waits for no man.
No, it does not.
And ULA GSE waits for nobody either. Anyway,
Slick 41. Slick 41 is good. We don't like 37 or old 37.
41 has had its problems.
The vehicles have had problems at 41, not the GSE. If you remember, Starliner had that valve issue on Centaur. That was a Centaur issue. That wasn't a GSE issue. And on one of the most recent Amazon missions on Atlas, there was also a booster LOX valve issue that was a vehicle issue, not a ground issue. So.
True. Wait, something with Starliner means it didn't launch? What? No. Even if it isn't Starliner's fault, it's still Starliner's fault.
That's mean. That's mean, Sawyer.
And whoever said I was nice?
You did.
When did I say I was ever nice?
I don't know. At some point you have not. I'm just sure you have.
He's from the Northeast, man. We ain't nice people.
Exactly.
Ain't nice people. I'm from the Midwest. I should be nice, but I'd like to think I am. But
Max, you and I have worked dozens of launches together. You know dang well.
Well, the thing is, like Sawyer, if we're nice to each other, we don't like each other. But if we're mean to each other, we really like each other. That's just how our dynamic goes.
Very fair. Very true. There you go. You're getting inside baseball, folks. This is what happens at the press sites when we're out there in the middle of the night just struggling.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Does anybody else think that Project Kuiper is a way cooler name? Amazon Leo sounds like a toilet. Like, does anybody else think? I'm sorry. I think while we're here, we might as well mention it.
I don't think anybody is going to object to that, EJ. And I think we had a whole discussion about that on a previous Flame Trench. I can't remember who was on it, but yes, the name Kuiper is subjectively, is far superior of a name compared to Leo.
It's not subjective.
I've heard
It's a better name.
I'm trying to
heard
be
it
careful in the
compared
way
to
I word
different
things,
things.
EJ. Okay, I'm trying to be nice.
I've heard it compared to different things, but never a toilet. Just saying.
Amazon
Yes,
Leo
look,
sounds
I got
like
the new Amazon Leo toilet. This is great. It's fully automated.
that sounds like either like a toilet or a fridge or
That's what I'm saying.
some
An
like
appliance.
appliance.
Yeah. Look at this new Amazon Leo blender.
Oh gosh. Yeah, it'll be on the front
it's like
page
some
of the
Amazon like
shop.
sub brand almost. I don't know.
Oh my gosh. Anyway,
Amazon Basics, the satellite. Sorry.
rails.
Sorry.
We are way off. on
Yes,
those.
what are
I mean, come on.
rails?
Exactly.
It's us. Like,
Also, LE for Leo Europe, I believe, is how they're naming it, since there's also LA for Atlas and A for Arion. So,
Yeah. Well.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, maybe.
Well, I was
Yeah.
I think we had talked about the actual naming scheme of Leo and Kuiper or Amazon with Atlas, with Amazon and Atlas and Amazon and Vulcan and Amazon and Vulcan. No, I don't know. Never.
No.
You and I have talked about
Never
this.
mind.
it's
Never
got to be
mind.
your bowl.
Yeah.
You and I have definitely talked about this before in person. I don't know if we've ever talked about it on the Flame Trench, but you and I have definitely talked about the naming convention.
We are getting way too far into the weeds here on this subject. Anyway,
I mean,
Okay.
there's just other awesome names like Blue Moon. Blue Moon is a fantastic lunar lander name.
Star Shield.
You got. I mean, well, that's SpaceX, but
No, I mean
even
just in
TerraWave?
terms of general like constellation names, right?
Yeah, TerraWave, like Blue's got that going for him. That's sweet. That's a sweet name. But no, Amazon Leo. It's just no, Project Kuiper.
EJ, you know
Switch it
what?
back to Project Kuiper.
You know
please.
what? You know what Amazon Leo reminds me of? It was the way you said that reminds me of that one like super cleaned up, super like buttoned up SpongeBob. Hi, how are you? Like that's what Amazon Leo now reminds me of. It's just the cleaned up SpongeBob. Hi, how are you?
Hi, how are you?
I'm Amazon
Oh my
Leo.
God.
Like they got all these awesome names, and then just that. No, Project Kuiper sounds way better.
Kuiper sounds
Who cares if
badass.
people can't spell it? It sounds good. Anyway.
Yeah, yeah. Nobody knows how it's spelled, but it's provocative.
Yeah, it's art.
It's
Sally
art!
saying, remember the Falcon 9 is at a frozen design due to its crew rating upgrades will take a long time to recertify. That is true. Where did it go?
Yep.
There we go. It's on
It
there.
is true. Although there have been continuous improvements still, like small improvements with the Block 5 since then, and that is why they've been able to get more thrust out of the Merlins. That's why they have been able to carry more Starlinks on missions compared to what they used to. And it is also why they have been able to then return the boosters back to the launch site for crew missions as opposed to landing the boosters out on drone ships like they used to for DM1 or DM2, a DM1, all the way through. What was the first RTLS crew launch? I can't remember.
Was it 3 or 4? Or no, was it
I think it was
like
Axiom.
5?
I think wasn't it an Axiom mission? I feel so bad for not knowing this.
Grok, is this true?
But regardless of what it was, they used to send first stages out for recovery in the ocean on drone ships, but because of the performance that they have gained on the Block 5 variant, they then are now able to perform an RTLS return with crew missions.
Mm-hmm.
It was Axiom 2. Thank you very much, Alex. Winning. Dub.
Also winning is Adrian coming in here gifting a Red Team membership. So whoever got that gifted membership, also winning. Thank you.
Winning.
While we're talking about these crew missions, by the way, yeah, Ryan Caton has been going absolutely bonkers the last couple of days because he's been waiting tooth and nail for the crew access arm to be removed. May or may not be planning something once that happens, but was hoping to finally, once they remove the crew access arm from 39A, yeah, no, it's still there, but it looks like the crew access arm over at historic Launch Complex 39A is coming down. Look at it in its heyday, in its glory, how beautiful it was for those early missions.
Much simpler times.
What simpler times indeed. But alas, The crane lifted up this week in what appears to be removing the crew access arm. It's the exact same crane type, the exact same attachment that is on it that they used back in 2018 when they first installed the crew access arm over here at 39A. This is a live look at Crane Cam right now in all of its exciting, fast-paced action where it's still just waiting with the crane.
I like cranes.
I like cranes. LR 11,000.
I like cranes. Yeah. Anyway,
I think that's
yeah.
a 1400.
You're a 1400.
No, the crane is.
I was never
No.
mind. Nobody's
It's got to
getting
be
that
your
reference.
crane.
It was a Starbase update from I don't even know how many weeks ago, and LR 11,000 was in one paragraph like 5 or 6 times, and then I had a thing where I was like, how many times can you say LR 11,000, and that made the video. That was the joke. But
I
it
don't know.
obviously jokes are supposed to be funny, and that wasn't very funny. So
Sorry, I just keep craning my head in confusion. Anyway,
oh my God.
Oh, all right.
But yeah,
Okay.
I mean,
All right.
it's interesting because the original crew access arm from 39A is now actually a stop on the bus tour that you can go by on the Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex. It's right outside the vehicle assembly building. Just outside is the White Room, or at least one of them. So
From
you
shuttle,
got that.
yes.
And it'll be interesting to see what ends up happening with this. Because I know in a press conference recently, they basically said, oh, look how nice it is inside. They basically said that they want to focus a lot on 39A now for Falcon Heavy. And of course, obviously things going on with Starship too.
Yep.
So crew access to it becomes less of a priority. They do have the crew access arm over at Pad 40. They have used it for one crew launch at least, which was Crew 9, and are set to use it again for Crew 12 coming up in the next week or so. I mean, look at that. That was the early installation of it back in 2018. Oh, that was so cool.
No,
and then you also had one of the Crew 10 astronauts making fun of the walkway for Artemis, saying, oh man, only half of it's covered. That looks cold.
So your timeout.
Oh, this is 40, yeah.
This is at 40 from like 2 or 3 years ago. Yes. Anyway, continue.
Sorry, yeah. Anyway, they both look identical. I know there's probably differences to them, but from the outside, they look pretty much the same. That was during the 40 installation. That was one of your photos, I believe, Max.
Yes.
So I guess the question is it coming down permanently? Where are they going to put it? And the other thing that I'm curious about is the fact that the whole point of having these two pads was pad redundancy, so that they always have access to launch Crew and Cargo Dragon. Does that remove that redundancy?
I mean, from the time that it's removed, obviously so. But in terms of what they're going to be doing with it afterwards, Kiko seemed very stern or very firm on the fact that 39A was going to be reserved going forward for Falcon Heavy and Starship. If they, I was going to say, they could reinstall it for like emergency uses when they have to use a single stick Falcon to launch Dragon if there was an issue over at 40, because 40 is currently the busiest launch complex in the world with how often they fly Starlinks now on average every 2 to 4 days. Obviously not when Falcon's grounded in times like this. But removing that capability to one pad isn't alarming. Alarming is the wrong word, but it does take away that redundancy, as you were just saying, Sawyer. Kind of eyebrow raising, but honestly not that concerning, because that crew access arm over at 39 is of a much older design, just roughly compared to when it was built and installed, compared to the one over at 40. And 39 is an old pad in terms of what is already there and how long it's been there in terms of what's still used. The crew access tower at 40 is still relatively new. It only went up or began construction in 2022, I think it was, 2023. And the crew access arm, as a result of that, is much newer. It's also a lot less complicated of a tower to access and go up and down. So it's a lot simpler and easier to use. But still, going back to only one pad being able to support crew missions from Florida. I mean, 41 still does technically, but you need Starliner for that. it's kind of eyebrow raising, but it really shows how confident SpaceX is in their ability to support more operations over at 40, considering how much they are already supporting. So, but it's very impressive, but eyebrow raising, as I've said a few times already.
I think it doesn't. Something doesn't make sense. Like I know they're, we know that they're gonna change 39A around for like Falcon Heavy and stuff. So because they're prioritizing Starship, and Falcon Heavy's low launch rate means that you don't need to use that pad a lot. But also, I just I don't think it really makes sense to descope Falcon's capabilities right now. And that's why, like, I think something else, like, we're never gonna know, right? Like, something else might be going with it. Like maybe they're upgrading it or something, or maybe they're fixing something. Maybe this is just maintenance. It just doesn't make any sense. Like, because if they were just going to take it down, they would have just taken it down, right? They wouldn't just have the crane just sitting there hanging on the thing for a week, right? That's a arguably terrible use of the crane. I just don't think it makes sense to descope Falcon's capability. They got to be doing something to it, because why take it off? Like that doesn't make any sense. Why do that? It just, I don't know. Something about this doesn't seem right. It's like, wait, you're doing that? Wait, why are you doing that?
Yeah.
Shouldn't do that right now. Don't do that.
Yeah. I completely understand where you're coming from, EJ. I really do. And I have to say I'm more or less on board with where you're at. It just, originally the point of building the crew access tower at 40 was to have redundancy should there be an issue at 39, i.e. Starship having a RUD or some major problem over there that damages the FSS or the fixed service structure, which is that black tower that you see there. I'm a little stuck on it, actually, the more I think about it now. But how, in terms of Crew Dragon missions coming up, what exactly they aren't exactly, it isn't exactly early 2025 anymore, right? Where they had, I think, four separate missions to launch in 2025 that were not just NASA crew. They had Crew 10, they had From 2, they had Axiom 4, and then of course they had Crew 11. So that's four separate Crew Dragon missions from Florida in 2025. We don't exactly have that issue in 2026, and I think with the lack of launch cadence with Crew Dragon, I think is enough to justify the current capability, or reducing. I don't want to say reducing capability, but taking one crew capable launch pad offline, at least for the time being, with how little that they actually have to fly Dragon. If they needed to knock something up really quickly for, like, say, like a crew rescue or something comes up, I'm sure that they can support it over at 40 and make room for it. But yeah, it's really strange. Yeah, and I was Elisar in the back channel pointing out the only other crew mission for this year is Crew 13. There isn't an Axiom or From like mission this year, and Crew 13 will likely fly from Pad 40 as well.
But they just got approval for Axiom 5.
Yeah, but that's not launching for a while. I think I think that might be on the table for next year at least. I think I could be or Q1 of 2027. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, only 2 Crew Dragon missions this year, and of course we have the CRS program, which is still flying, but of course that's not crewed. There's a lot more flexibility there in terms of how they handle Dragon and how I guess they can vary operations there. But when there's people involved, go ahead, Sawyer.
It still requires the crew access arm, even for the cargo Dragons, though. That's the thing is. They used to, back in the old days at 39A, they used to lay it down horizontal and have a special truck that came up with like a little hood over it that they would load it up for all the late load payloads and then raise it vertical. It was kind of crazy that they made it work that well. The crew access arm makes it so much easier for those late load payloads.
Yep.
I don't know. I still think it's nice to have that backup, unless something is really wrong with it where they don't want to use it. I don't see why you would get rid of it. And I guess the real question will be, will it be permanently gone?
Yeah.
Or not?
See,
If
that's
so, that has all the signatures inside on the white room from this, from the astronauts. There was demo 2. The first one's signing it here. Or one of the, sorry, this is crew 9, but still, you have them signing it here. Look at that. It's the best.
Oh, that's the one at 40. They're the ones signing it for the first time.
Yeah. But still, you've got the crew access arm with all the signatures at 39A, too.
There's a lot of history there in that white room, or in that crew access arm there, because there isn't really a technical white room like we've seen with both Apollo shuttle. There isn't a separate room that the crew has to step into to get their helmets on, their gloves on, get their life support hooked up, and then enter the spacecraft. They just enter the spacecraft with Dragon. It's very, very convenient. But yeah, there's a lot of history there. I mean, obviously going all the way back to DM2, the first commercial crew flight being Axiom 1, or and then Players Dawn, Inspiration 4. Forgive me. But yeah, there's a lot of history there that hopefully SpaceX will be preserving at some point, whether it be like taking those panels off and putting them somewhere. I don't know. They could be just keeping it as a spare for 40 should they need it. But also just keep this in mind. Pad 39A is right next to the ocean, similar to Pad 1 and Pad 2's proximity in Starbase. Very salty air. And with how much the weather can change, especially in the springtime and summer in terms of rain and sun, there's probably some, I don't know. There could be some just wear or corrosion or rust somewhere on the complex that they might be wanting to have a look at just because of the overall conditions there. I don't know. These are all just I'm just spitballing here, but it's not exactly a very friendly environment for hardware that is sitting outside 24/7, just like Starbase, as we have seen plenty of times before.
Dude, I just don't know how you can...
with all of our 24/7 cameras, which you can watch on Space Coast Live, Starbase Live, and Dragon Live. ABP. Anyway, EJ, sorry.
I just don't know how you could say that when the fixed service structure that it's attached to dates back to the Apollo program and it has quite literally been outside for like a half a century. Like, I don't know, man. And that, guys, that's actually kind of what I was thinking. If they're gonna take that arm down, you think they're gonna take the tower down? You think that they're gonna finally demolish the FSS, finish the job?
Don't you dare! Don't you dare!
I hope not.
Don't you dare!
I'm sorry, I had to ask the question.
Dare.
I don't like this question, dude. No. I think I got my answer.
I'm sure chat will riot with us as well if that were to happen.
It's very rare that I'll say this about any spaceflight hardware ever, because I generally believe spaceflight hardware should be in space, right? But that belongs in a museum. That being in space is probably not a good idea.
True.
I mean, you could just make the pad a partial museum.
No.
It's in an active launch pad, though.
I know, it sounds stupid. You didn't have to run with it like that and berate me. God!
I mean... If it had to go anywhere,
KSCBC.
California Science Center, have Endeavor already vertically stacked.
Even better idea. No, that's a good idea. We should do that.
But the actual, fixed service structure, get one of the old crew access arms in there, make it look like it's actually at the pad.
That's a good idea. That's a really good idea.
Best shuttle deserves it.
Ooh, no.
What? No.
Still, I mean... Let's be honest, Kennedy Space Center, they have white rooms. They've got them. That's not as big of a deal. And in fact, I remember at the end of the shuttle program, inside all of the OPFs, the orbiter processing facilities, for the access way into the orbiter, they let media in to take some pictures in it, sit inside the orbiters, and allowed them to sign the walls of those rooms, the white rooms that go into each of the orbiters inside the orbiter processing facility. I don't know where those went.
So jealous.
But I would love to see those somewhere displayed. I mean that to say that there's a lot of cool things already on display at KSC. So either you take it and move it somewhere at Kennedy, or you put it somewhere different that would really be able to appreciate it. I mean, I know Alicia would be happy if I said Intrepid.
It's too far away. Keep it local. Keep it here somewhere. There's already an open area in the Rocket Garden somewhere. Surely they could just expand their real estate a little bit and support it there. I don't know.
If you could ride up the actual elevator and press the space button.
Oh my god, dude! What? Oh,
Just saying, this is a good idea. And if they're that crew access arm will eventually be retired. Just put it there and get a retired Falcon 9 and have SpaceX make a dud upper stage in a fake Dragon capsule. And
you know what would have been the perfect booster to put there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which one?
1058.
Oh, you had to mention it.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We were finally happy.
I'm sorry, but I just had to say it. Like, that booster probably would have ended up in a museum somewhere. Oh, I'd like to think that booster would have ended up somewhere had it not tipped over on Christmas, like 2.5 years ago. But anyway, or 2 years ago.
You literally made EJ sink in his chair saying that. You could just see his posture just went like, no way.
I'm sorry.
How dare
EJ.
you mention that?
I'm sorry. Don't say her name.
Anyway.
I still think about her.
Why do you speak
everywhere
of her
I
name?
go?
I do. And the other night when the Crew 12 booster rolled out during the Artemis 2 wet dress,
yes,
they had the logos on the second stage, the worm and the meatballs. That's how we knew it was for Crew 12. And it was just like, oh, I remember when that was on the booster. Oh.
I mean, it only happened once, to be fair. It was only...
Still.
I know.
Still, there it is. See?
Kind of hard to see in the footage here because obviously it's very dark there and the lights are not great. But there you can see on the left-hand side it's an upside-down worm logo and a...
What's VSVN?
Very SpaceX, very nice.
Oh my god.
I like you. High five.
I like.
But yeah, this is the booster that will launch Crew 12 hopefully on the 11th. Hopefully we see the first ever landing at LZ40.
Yep.
Exciting
also big
stuff
talking
for
point
that.
there. Yep.
Yep.
Brand new landing pad at 40 finally coming online. First time it's going to be used.
And a reminder, I should say, it wasn't just during the wet dress rehearsal this rolled. It was terminal count that this rolled.
Yeah. It's quite funny.
You guys notice how SpaceX does that? Like,
yes.
Actually, like anything else big happening in the space industry,
Just
SpaceX
like,
is like, hey, we're just going to move this now.
Just like full on,
or like we're just going to static fire.
Just full on content bombing while something else is happening.
Right? Right? It's like a terminal cap. No. We have to roll this.
but check out my Falcon 9 here.
Yeah, look at this. You guys don't forget about Falcon 9. It's like, oh, dude, we get it. All right, it's awesome. We know.
You want to see a first stage that doesn't leak?
Ooh.
Hey, about you're over there blaming hydrogen. Take a look at this beauty.
Oh my god, that's oh my god.
Problems.
Yay.
Okay, I can't remember if that was actually on stream or if this is just something Jay is doing now.
On stream. Oh, not the shuttle-derived problems, I don't think. But
that's what I mean, though.
No, because that was during terminal count, so I highly doubt we were putting that on screen.
I mean, well, if it's in terminal count, this could have been after the hold.
No, it was rolling as the countdown
remember.
was going.
My
I
brain
remember
is
it vividly.
Oh, Jake Egan is typing in the back channel.
This part was after the hold?
It was after the hold at this point. See? I told you. I told you.
Anyway.
I just, I'm sitting here looking at this footage. I don't know about you guys. Like, this isn't anything we didn't know. I just think it's cool that they're just shipping around first stages with the second stage attached and that it's integral. Like, the interstage can hold it.
Yeah.
I think that's really cool. Like, I think that's really neat. Sorry. I was just looking at it.
I think it's really cool.
Would you just look at it?
Would
just look at it?
This bad boy can fit so many Starlinks. Oh, wait, it's launching a Dragon.
Oh, man.
Never mind.
People.
Bad joke.
People. It's bad boy. You could fit so much kerosene in this thing.
So
actually, yes.
We do still have some questions about the access arm here. A couple of people like J-Volt saying, is the arm long enough to go on the Starship Tower for crewed Starship flights? And then Nev saying, do you think that a Starship pad will get a crew access arm at the Cape?
Well, first of all, you have to have a way to get crew over from the tower to the Starship. So presumably it's some kind of yes. But
I would say no and no.
Really?
Yep. I don't think Starship is going to have a crew access arm. I think SpaceX is going to take load and go to the next level.
Nuh-uh.
By
Stacking
loading
it
payload
with people on board. You're a nutcase.
Why?
You're a nutcase. No way,
Why?
dude. No way, dude.
You mean stack it with the people inside?
Yeah.
No way, dude. Uh-uh.
Why not?
No way. That's way too risky.
What do you mean way too risky? They're landing. If they're launching people in it, those people have to come back and be caught by a catch tower.
No.
What are you talking about?
No. I'd be a lot. No, I did not sign up for that ride. Okay, no way. There's no way.
So how are you going to do it then? How are you going to load people in? You'd need a crew access arm that looks like this ship quick disconnect.
Yeah.
How are people
Question
going
answer.
to get on that, Max?
See, there's this wonderful thing called an elevator, and you take it up the tower to get to a point where.
The best part is no part. You don't have an elevator.
Vehicle,
people
not
are
on
already
the
loaded.
ground.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
What do you Why is this such a far-fetched idea? I mean, look, if you're down with a rocket coming in and landing and like being caught VTOL, like you're going to draw the line at, oh no, the same thing that catches us, that's going to, we're going to hang from it anyway when we come back. We can't be picked up by it? Why is that such an absurd thing?
No
what
way.
do you mean, no way?
No way, dude. No way. That seems like such a...
Just because you're saying no more doesn't mean it's wrong. What the heck, man? Why is this such a far-fetched idea?
No!
The chopsticks are the elevator. The best part is no part, man. Chat, back me up.
Oh my God, no, dude.
Boo this man.
God, dude, no. There's so many red flags.
How?
I mean, I ignore the red flags, which is why I'm single, but anyway.
Oh my God, Sawyer.
I mean...
Oh my God. Bro.
What? What?
I mean, here's...
Nothing.
Here's the thing, though. I mean, how is crew going to get on board? They're going to fly on Orion, on Artemis, of course. SLS, Artemis 100, baby. No, I mean...
Oh my God.
I think they're going to have to get crew on it at some point. I think that's part of the experience. I mean, think about it now. When crew goes up to Dragon, they do the lean back, the Alan Shepard lean back, going all the way back to his first flight. Do you not think that's going to be part of, once they make it a tourist thing, that's going to be part of the paid experience? You get a photo of you looking up at the rocket, and then you go up at the elevator to your fully stacked rocket and load and go? Or even have it the prop loading while the crew is getting on board?
People have seen the footage of the Apollo astronauts going up the elevator, the space shuttle astronauts going up the elevator, the doors opening, and the rocket's right in front of you, and you have to walk straight out to it when you're 200 to 300 feet off the ground. Like, people want that. People do want that experience. Granted, EJ, logistically, loading people on the I have to admit, logistically, it does kind of make sense, but I'm digging through this in real time. I'm gonna admit.
Oh yeah?
I just don't like the idea. I don't have any logistical reason behind it. I just don't like it aesthetically. And I can't justify that right now. It's pissing me off.
That's the batch. Load them in the gigabay. That's what I'm saying, man.
Oh
That's
God.
No, not even the gigabay. Not even the gigabay. All right.
Are people satellites now? Like, is that what they are?
Yes. DOS said load them in the gigabay, they ride the SPMTs.
Yes, that's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. The transport stool, all right? The transport stool and the SPMTs to Starship are what an airport tug with a tow bar is to an airplane, all right? Does that tow it all the way to the runway? No, it gets picked up and then it taxis to its point of exit, right?
That means you got to be in your seats looking up at the sky for 2 to 3 hours minimum?
What do you mean 2 to 3 hours? No, you could load your luggage. You could go around. You could look out the window while you're rolling to the pad.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
See, it makes sense. It makes sense. Load and go, baby. Load and go.
Yeah, but at that point, you're not loading and going. You're just loading and waiting.
I mean, what are you doing when a plane taxis to the runway? You're loaded and waiting. I'm just saying.
Yeah, but the vehicle is ready to fly at that point. The vehicle's not ready to fly when it's not stacked, my guy. I think it is to mitigate risk to the personnel riding it and the people on the ground supporting loading. I think it makes sense to load them on as late as possible, which means the vehicle needs to be stacked, if not already in propellant load or just before.
I see people requesting a poll.
Dude, I think man. I think they're gonna take. I think they're gonna put people on it. Everybody's gonna get stowed. You're gonna have window seats. You know, punch will be served, right?
Oh
Peanuts,
God.
maybe, right? They're gonna roll this thing to the pad. They'll crown the super heavy and then fuel it. That way, you can have multiple starships ready to go. So, like, think about this. Say you need to move 100 people up into space, right? So you launch 100 people go up, right? And then, super heavy comes back down. Super heavy comes back down. You have another one teed up. You roll to the pad with people. Boom, there you go. You get 200 people up in space in the span of what, like 3 hours?
Somebody tweet at Elon and get his take on this. I would genuinely love to hear his take.
I'm not rage baiting, chat. Jeez.
No, to be fair, no, you're not.
Good idea.
You're not rage baiting. To be clear, like, you're not. But I still freaking hate the idea. Like, thanks, I hate it. Just purely for aesthetic reasons, I hate it.
Chris Bergen just got into the chat saying, hold on, is EJ saying crew ingress in the Gigabay rolled 2 miles on SPMTs to the pad and stacked?
No, I mean, it could be the Gigabay. That's fine. But I think in the future, you'll have a terminal, just like an airport. Your terminals aren't near the runways, guys. Just saying. SpaceX's plan is to move thousands of people into space.
Yeah, but the plane.
You're not going to load them on the freaking pad.
What do they do now, EJ? How are astronauts loaded now? Planes have, once they're loaded with people, have to taxi however many miles or whatever to get to their runway. Rocket doesn't have to go anywhere except load propellant and go straight up. Does not need to go anywhere else.
So what if a super heavy's coming back down to land while you're loading people? Surely you're not going to have people in another pad being loaded when a super heavy's coming back.
Correct. You have them at the safest and closest possible distance and ready to drive them in once the vehicle is safed.
I mean, drive them in on what?
A bus or something. A people carrier.
Okay.
Like the ones that used to have a Dulles, yeah.
Will you give me this? Maybe the people carrier goes to a starship that's ready to be lifted up, right? And then they load people into the starship and then put it on?
Wow, this conversation.
Okay, wait. I have a rebuttal.
Rebut, sir. Rebut.
Okay. It seems a little excessive for the architecture to have people walking and moving around in it in 1G Earth's gravity when the architecture is optimized for 0G and transport. Granted, it also has to undergo like 3 or 4 Gs under in flight during launch. I'm thinking this through in real time.
What was the space shuttle then?
What do you mean? The
seats are pointed up, and you're saying you optimize for 1G, so people won't be able to ingress into the starship.
No. Like up and moving and walking around, like you're proposing they do in transit from Gigabay to the pad or whatever.
Yeah. What do you mean? They could be strapped in already.
That's what I'm saying. It's a long time to be strapped in.
Maybe they are now free to move about the cabin until they get inside of the blast.
How many people do you know would be happy to be strapped into their seat on an airplane on the way to the runway and wait an hour and a half to 2 hours to finally get their takeoff clearance and fly? That is essentially what you're doing.
I will say, this is not even close to where I expected this section of the show to go.
I know.
This is rails. Well, I guess it would be going on the rails if it's lifted. But anyway,
on the topic of
aren't the chopsticks on rails?
I hear Jake
Keegan.
Keegan.
Takeoff clearance. We have some breaking news.
What's the breaking news? Stinger. There we go.
Guess what? Crew 12 is in the air. The Crew 12 astronauts have officially taken off from Ellington Field near Houston. and are heading to the Kennedy Space Center and the launch and landing facility, the runway that is located at KSC, ahead of the launch of Crew 12, again, currently scheduled for February 11th. They will then quarantine over at the Operations and Checkout Facility, the ONC, until launch day. And yeah, we're getting close to sending more people into space. I love it.
Indeed.
Let me see. I just got to thank some people that came from all of this insanity here. Shazbert saying chat votes yes with a $10 super. Elizabeth gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Thank you very much for that.
Are you raising your hand?
I'm raising my hand. I have another.
Don't call on him.
I have another rebuttal, if I may.
Don't call on him.
If I may.
I have more stuff to go through. Then you can rebut, sir.
Oh,
Hold
come
your
on.
rebut. Hold on to your rebuts, ladies and gentlemen. Future Martian, SpaceX should do the load and go plus fuel the ship on the ground, then load crew, then lift fully fueled ship with crew onto fueled booster. Yeah, nothing wrong with that.
I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think that's no.
EJ,
I don't think we should do that.
Oh, never mind. Sorry, more support.
Let him do the support, please.
I'm sorry.
Or Cloud, how about this? The astronauts are born and raised inside the starship. That way you don't have to worry about boarding or disembarking at all.
Hey, people are going to have to live and work in space. It's a good way to start.
I love it.
Can I rebut now, please? I'm like
no,
bursting at
you
the seams.
cannot.
Let him finish the support, man. Jeez.
We have a $100 tip from tips.nasaspaceflight.com that has to come first, sir. And that is from Russell Snodgrass saying, ha, punch in peanuts at boarding and love it. I'm in. Thank you for the generous support, Russell. We really appreciate it. And going the extra mile for the tips website. So it helps go directly to us and our equipment and all the stuff that makes us bring stuff to you and somehow go crazy talking about it. Now, sir, you may let go of your butt and rebut.
Okay. So, EJ, the whole point of Starship is to be completely and fully reusable on both stages, yes?
Yeah.
So what sense does it make to have another Starship full of crew waiting in transport when you can just catch the ship, restack it, and load more people on it?
Fueling in space.
But when the ship has to eventually come back.
What do you mean when it has to come back? So you land the ship at another tower, and the one that has a super heavy teed up on, you put another Starship on it. You put a different Starship on it. Towers could be for catching or stacking operations, man. Just think about it like multiple runways, and it makes more sense.
I don't like you right now. I hope you know that.
What do you mean you don't like me? Physics doesn't care about it because you don't feel. Oh, you don't
Physics
feel like
doesn't
that's a
care
good
about
idea.
your feelings.
Physics don't care about your feelings, man. This is just smart logistics. I'm telling you, it's got to be like a jet. They're gonna have a jetway, and you're gonna walk down the jetway like you get on an airplane into a Starship, and you have to climb up a ladder into your first class seating that's up at the nose.
And then you get into an elevator in the tower, take the elevator up, and then board the ship through the crew access arm.
No, you know what? You know what I just thought?
What's that?
Starship for crew ingress, no matter what way you do it, it needs a spiral staircase like the early 747s.
I think didn't we see something like that in SpaceX's HLS renders that they released? I think. I don't
know if they had a spiral staircase. I think they just had a ladder.
But it still was yeah.
J-Volt saying Starship will have assigned seating or free for all. Be the Southwest that used to be, the old Southwest of yore when it was bags fly free and unassigned seating.
God, what I'd give to have that back. Southwest used to be goated.
And before we move on, there was another question that I do want to hit here, and then we'll move on to Starship, because I know Booster 19 is frosty, folks. We know. Vaquero asking, does this mean that we finally are going to see the vertical integration structure at 39A? I had forgotten about that until this question came up.
I have a theory.
Well, God, what's your theory?
Oh no.
I don't think they're going to build it. I don't think they're going to build it at 39A. I think they're going to build it at Slick 6.
Slick 6.
Slick 6, Vandenberg. Yep. SpaceX got the lease to Space Launch Complex 6, the X Delta 4.
Yeah.
Delta 4 Heavy and X shuttle pad that they built for like $2 billion and then never launched the shuttle from. You know, it's fine. Not bitter about that at all.
No, definitely not.
No. So I don't think they're going to build it at 39A. I think they'll build that the vertical integration facility. You know, the Department of Defense thing for vertically integrated payloads. I think they're going to build it at Vandenberg. That's just a guess. Max, what say you?
Well, you can't fly from Vandenberg if you want to go to a geostationary transfer orbit or geostationary orbit, because at that point you have to go to you have to go east, and you can't launch east out of Vandenberg or direct east.
Yeah, they can. They can dogleg over Baja California. They do it with Starlink missions, dude. You can hit Falcon 9 has hit a 43-degree inclination.
Yes, but
from Vandenberg.
But that is likely going to be for use with the extended Falcon Heavy payload fairings, and those were designed for extraordinarily large defense payloads, which are going to be very heavy. I don't know if Falcon Heavy has the Delta V to do that dogleg going straight east out of Vandenberg.
Of course it does. It's right in the name.
What?
It's right in the name. You said it. You don't know it can move heavy payloads.
Oh, Jesus!
His name is Falcon Heavy.
EJ. Oh,
just
my God.
Okay.
What
do you mean?
Got him.
EJ.
No, it's got like 70 tons to LEO payload capacity. Of course it can do it.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
Look at how red he's getting. Look at how red he's getting.
Full screen it. Yeah.
No, don't do that.
He's turning into a tomato.
No.
What do you mean? It's right in the name. Of course it can do the dog leg. Why wouldn't it? It's Falcon Heavy. Like, once again, all right, nerd out for a second. Falcon Heavy can do about 70 metric tons to low Earth orbit, right?
Yes.
I guess I don't know this for sure. I'll concede this point. There's no payload that's over like 20 tons that's going to need to get to some type of geostationary orbit. I mean, there might be, to be fair, like the extended payload variant kind of maybe. I'll give you that. Maybe.
That is the elephant in the room saying, address me.
So, do you think they're going to build the integration structure at 39A then, Max?
I think that they could build one for each. I mean, admittedly, it makes a lot of sense to build one at Slick 6 given the infrastructure that's already there, right? Like it obviously makes sense. But they've been talking about doing that at 39A for God, how long is it? Like 5 years now. I think it's been 4 or 5 years.
NSSL phase 1.
Yeah. So they could do it at both, but at the same time, with the limited life that Falcon Heavy has left in it, I don't know if it's going to be worth building one for each pad. I don't know. It would make a lot more sense to build one in Florida somewhere, or build some kind of infrastructure to support vertical stacking or vertical integration of a payload in those fairings. Find a way to just roll it up the ramp for Falcon Heavy and find a way to just like lift it and place it on top. I don't know.
I mean, Max, additional food for thought here. Do you think the Department of Defense is going to let one of their bajillion-dollar satellites anywhere near a Starship pad? Think about it for a second, right? Falcon Heavy operations at 39A with the Starship pad right there, most likely, boiling up some fuel in the fuel tanks, right in the tank farm. Like, do you think they're going to be like, yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah,
I mean,
it's good. I don't think so, man.
I mean, at the
39A.
Really?
I don't know. You seem confused.
No, I'm running it all through my head now.
Okay.
There are a number of like stops that they can, I'm sure, order around that. Like, hey, like the tank farm, or like Starship's tank farm must be empty. There can't be any Starship launch operations happening there while our payload is in that vicinity. There could be something like that. I don't know what the exact parameters are or their exact demands are, or where they even want to go. So, I mean, both pads make sense, but again, with the limited life that Falcon Heavy has left in it before Starship becomes mainstream, I don't know if they're going to build both.
Yeah, but
Slick
SpaceX building something for only 1 or 2 uses and getting rid of it, they never do that.
I mean, if the DoD's paying for it, their pockets are really deep. Like, I don't know.
I'd argue that SpaceX's pockets are also really deep. I'm just saying at this point, right? Like,
yeah, but they won't build something if they don't need to.
True. Anyway,
so they'll only build it at Slick 6. Thanks for agreeing with me.
I still think we'll see it. I wouldn't be
okay.
surprised.
That was rage bait. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. That was absolutely rage bait. Sorry.
No, you're not. No, you're not. You're not sorry
you're
at
right.
all.
No, you're right.
I think we need to change the lights behind Max to match his face now.
Hang on.
He's kept mood lighting.
There you go.
That's awesome.
The Sith are calling me. Anyway.
Dun, dun, dun,
dun.
Duel the Fates.
I think we'll see it at some point. Which coast? I don't know, but I think we'll see it. Bideford saying, well, it's definitely time for a margarita now.
Oh, God.
Don't blame you. And Rosebud saying, providing Joe Schmo millionaire something new? Priceless. There's some things money can't buy. For everything else, there's Starship.
That's right.
Speaking of Starship, hey, Booster 19 is frosty right now. I know we got to talking a little bit about it earlier.
Yep.
Let's see what kind of testing they're up to now. And Max, if you can kind of just fill us in on everything going on with Starship lately.
Yeah, so with Booster 19, just to kind of like do a recap of what we covered earlier, but excuse me. Booster 19 was rolled out from from Mega Bay 1 back on the very early hours of the first of this month, heading out to Massey's for its cryogenic proof testing campaign. Then on the 3rd, we saw the first signs of actually backtrack a little bit. We think they went through some sort of pressure testing similar to what 18 was going through when it unfortunately unzipped. And that was when we observed a small section of B19 shine being removed for what we presume was COPV inspection, which was kind of worrisome. I'm not gonna lie. But the next day on the 3rd, we observed the first or initial cryogenic proof testing with a little bit of frost on the bottom of the LOX tank, and then just a sliver of frost on the bottom of its methane tank up top. And then on the 4th, we saw a full-on cryogenic proof test where both tanks were filled to their brims, and the booster was completely and totally white. And it was quite the sight to see, because in comparison to design and overall appearance compared to version 1 and version 2 boosters, where the hot staging ring was a design iteration after the booster was already mostly finished in design, which is added on top before ship stacking. The hot staging ring, or in this case the truss, is an integral part of the booster. And the dome that we are seeing that is also white in between the truss isn't some sort of shielding, for instance. That is the top of the methane tank. So it is a lot cleaner in design. I would say it's a lot simpler, but that's not true at all, especially with Raptor 3. But this is by far and away the most positive sign of progress that we have seen on really any version 3 vehicles up to this point, especially flight hardware or eventual flight hardware, because Booster 19 is slated to fly with Ship 39 for Flight 12, hopefully sometime in March, roughly about a month in a quarter from now, a month and a half. We're not sure. But it went through the full test on the 4th. It detanked. Everything looked like it was going fine or went well. And obviously, they just spooled up for more cryogenic proof testing tonight, of which Alex mentioning the back channel that testing of which has concluded already, and that it is the frost is coming off of it. And from the looks of it, that looks almost like, with how much frost was on the LOX tank and how much frost is on the methane tank, that looks very similar to what we have seen in terms of loads for a static fire test from Pad 1. Don't know if that's what this was supposed to duplicate. But very, very positive signs either way for Booster 19. The big question marks for it right now are how much more testing do they have to do with it? And when it's finished, when are they going to roll it back to Mega Bay 1 for the installation of its 33 Raptor 3 engines, which is really exciting because after cryogenic proof testing, the big testing campaign at that point coming up is engine testing, i.e. static fires. there is a lot to look forward to on that front, because not only is it a brand new booster design, a brand new engine design being used for the first time, it's going to be the first static fire campaign to be performed at the newly designed Pad 2, which was a heavy redesign and rework of what was learned from Pad 1's launch experiences, being a brand new design of launch mount and water cooled flame trench. So either way, lots of. Did I say booster 12, Sawyer?
No, you're good.
Oh, okay. Sorry, back channel. Yeah, very, very exciting to see nonetheless. And we were all I think we were all pretty nervous when we first saw it full of cryo for the first time, because we're all like biting our nails, hoping it doesn't pop or unzip with like booster 18 did. But the question that I want to pose to the both of you is, how much more testing do you think is left, considering it's the first version 3 flight hardware to go out for testing? And when are we going to see it roll back? And once those are complete, when are we going to see an actual static fire take place?
Ooh. I think the testing is almost done. I think they'll probably maybe do one more test and then bring it back, start putting engines on it. Yeah, start putting engines on it. Maybe static fire, and I don't know. Let me think about this for a second. 3 weeks, maybe a month.
Okay.
Probably less. Sawyer, what say you?
I think they can do it in 2 weeks, if I had to guess. With as much testing as they've done over just these last couple of days, I feel like they should have been able to get all of the information that they wanted, that they needed, to be able to safely say, yeah, but this is a little bit better than Booster 18. I mean, heck, it's already lived 3 days longer than its predecessor, so...
I've seen a lot more testing than it did as well.
Exactly. So I think they've kind of got that down at this point. I think it's going to be a matter of just the process of getting the Raptor 3s installed for the first time on a full booster, all of them. If they can do that, then I think we can see a test fire within 2 weeks. It's nice finally basically having Pad 2, Pad whatever ready to go as well. I can't wait to actually finally see it static fire with a, say it with me, the name of the show, a flame trench.
Oh. You said the thing. Look at how excited we are.
You said the
He even did the stinger that said the flame trench. Yeah. But I think so. I mean, I think they can get that done in a couple weeks, and I guess then the question is when flight.
Yeah, right. Well, hopefully mid-March if all goes well, which would kind of suck because Artemis. Chance of that conflicting. But let's not what's the word?
Yeah, just don't look at next spaceflight for March and you're fine.
Yeah, don't do that. And I think I used to be really worried about the Raptor 3s in terms of how many they've had produced and reliability, but we just saw Raptor 3 serial number 102 pass by our cameras in McGregor not too long ago, and that is by far and away the highest serial number that we observed. And if the loss of Booster 18 meant that there are 33 more Raptor 3s that now no longer have a home, they have a lot of Raptor 3 engines to spare at the moment and to go around for either testing or flight. So I don't think Raptor 3s are a big question mark anymore. It's just a matter of when they're going to be installed. Alex saying there was higher. What was the highest number observed? Alex is typing, waiting anxiously. 112 was seen later. Oh my God. Okay. Wow. So yeah, Raptor 3 I don't think is much of a question mark anymore, except for the fact that they all still have to be integrated for the first time and of course fired. Yeah, I think we might see static firing on the booster before the end of the month. I'm being cautiously optimistic on that fact and that we will. Hopefully we'll see static fire of the ship in the first maybe couple weeks of March. But I think timelines, the way things have been progressing with Booster are really promising and have been a much welcomed breath of fresh air compared to what we've gotten used to, because we're all still traumatized from Ship 36. And of course, going through that same feeling again once we saw Booster 18 unzip. So that's really the big update in terms of super heavy progress. Ship 39, on the other hand, is still tucked away in Mega Bay 2, which is a bit concerning. Because we still have yet to see it roll out at all. at all. But we have seen components from ship 40 being rolled in terms of barrel sections, and also its nose cone and payload base section was also rolled in for stacking as well recently as well, which we captured on our Starbase Live cameras. So things seem to be going relatively well, and I'm being cautious when I say that, but I don't want to jinx it. I think that's where I'm at.
I mean, I feel like that's going to be the holding factor right now. Is everything seems okay with Booster? It's where are we at with the ship? Obviously, they had their issues in the past that they've been able to work on, but now you're integrating into the new version 3 Booster. We haven't seen really much of the actual ship itself. I know we've seen 39.1 over at the cryo stand. It's just like, it feels like all the components are coming together, but so separate that it's weird trying to figure out how they'll all come together in a month. I don't know if that makes sense to anyone else or if that's just kind of my thought.
Dude, I think that they have to, Sawyer, like, I know it seems weird for it to come together in a month. And I know, we heard Elon say, he posted on X about, I think this was like 2 weeks ago, that it's 6 weeks out, right? Look, I don't think SpaceX has a choice, to be honest with you. I think they have to go fast at this point.
Yeah.
I've mentioned this previously on Flame Trenches, right? Like, I know it seems weird, like, oh my gosh, they're going to go that fast. They're going to go that fast. Like, what, but I think SpaceX has to. They have to get this thing flying. They have to get propellant transfer on orbit. They have to get ship catches figured out. They have to get rapid reuse figured out. They have to make sure that tile system is reusable too. Because look, they're on the hook to the tune of, what was it, like, I think it's $2 billion for the HLS contract.
Yeah.
And guess what? Now you have a deadline.
You have to deliver.
Time's ticking. You got to deliver. You have, I think they want 2027, but they'll be fine with, Uncle Sam will be fine with 2028. Guess what? 2027 is 10 months away.
Yep.
Just saying.
God, don't say that. Don't say that.
You got to go. Yeah, sorry. You got to go. We have to. We got to go. This. You got. And not only do you have to go fast, but this stuff can't be popping due to COPVs or anything like that. You can't have these weird, seemingly, we don't know for sure, like quality of life stuff. They got to go fast, Sawyer. So I'm thinking it has to be done quickly. Like, they really don't have a choice unless they want Blue to land on the moon before them, which I'll admit that'd be kind of funny, but. I don't want to see that happen, but it'd be kind of funny,
It would. It's 2027. Artemis remains at the pad with hydrogen leaks. SpaceX remains to launch an HLS vehicle. Blue remains to have launched a Blue Mark 2.
That's what I'm saying, man. We can't be leaving stuff up to chance. We can't be like with SLS, like, oh, you can't be having these problems with SLS, and you definitely can't be having these problems with Starship. We have an extremely complicated mission architecture. That's what I was talking about with concept operations before. This is tough. There's a lot of different vehicles all depending on each other. And the one that's going to send the people seemingly has problems with hydrogen leak rates. Like, if it happens now, guys, it's going to happen again. How do you know we've solved this whole problem? They have it 3 years. They didn't solve it. And like with SpaceX, the COPV's popping. You can't have this. We can't have this stuff. They got to go fast. You don't have a choice. You have a deadline now. Now there's accountability. So remains to be seen. SpaceX got to speed stuff up. And on top of how fast they normally go, they got to speed stuff up. They don't have a choice.
Yeah. And especially if they're going to fix those hydrogen leaks fast, which means also you need to get your hydrogen leak merch fast because it's still only a limited time, which thank you, EJ, by the way, for, I don't want to say bullying Lindsay, but persuading the shop team, shall we say, to putting it back up for us on this Flame Trench.
Still feel bad.
But
like, I was like, oh, we should do it. And they're like, what? I'm like, oh, no.
Thank you again, Lindsay, for saying, yeah, let's do it. But yeah, it's only till the end of the show, which is coming up. So folks, if you want your hydrogen merch, don't know hopefully this doesn't come back out ever again, because hopefully hydrogen doesn't leak ever again. But it's like the scrub merch. It's super rare. So if you want it, grab it now. Mighty unlikely with a question here that just I saw a similar question asked in the back channel by Carson. Will Booster 19 static fire campaign be more diverse than version 2 because of the Raptor 3 engines? In other words, needing more data. So what do we think is going to be the static fire campaign? Is it going to be just a couple of engines, 33 engines, 30-second test, 10-second test, combination thereof?
I think you're going to see more incremental testing with it. So probably spin primes, fire one engine, fire three engines, then move to the whole shebang bang. It's gonna be like Booster 7. You're probably going to see cryo, spin prime, cryo test.
Adrian's song, quick.
Sorry, Adrian. Sorry, man. Adrian's just sitting there going, mein Gott, man.
Sitting at his day job now when he's thinking about coming to help back at NSF. Here's that song goes, you know what? Maybe I'll wait a little bit before I do an NSF stream still.
Yeah, he's probably like, nah.
Never mind.
Yeah, at second thought, let's not go to NSF. 'Tis a silly place.
It is a very silly place. But to get back on topic, it's not just the booster and the engines that need testing. It's also the launch mount and the new deluge system. Because remember, both are heavily upgraded compared to what we have seen on the old style of launch mount and upside down shower head over at Pad 1. The deluge system is far more powerful, to the point where they have, I think, 9 pumps for water?
9 pumps?
9 pumps of water to shove water as fast as they possibly can into the actual flame diverter itself and the launch mount, because the launch mount is cooled on several levels, top and bottom as well. So it's not just checking out the booster and the engine system, but making sure that the launch mount is ready to support a launch cadence of any type. Because if they run into any issues with that itself, that's a much bigger issue than finding a problem on the vehicle, because that is integral, or it's already on the ground and it's not easily accessible or movable. So the design is pretty much finalized at this point. So baby raptors almost, I think, is the terminology we have occasionally used to describe the pumps for the water. I don't know.
Raptor. Oh wait, no, I don't want to get a copy.
No, stop it. No, don't you dare, Sawyer. I swear to God, if that gets stuck on my head, I'm coming for you. I'm taking away your wheelchair.
Just at the press. Hey, good to see you, Sawyer.
Hey, Sawyer. Bye bye. Also, we also have 2 booster quick disconnects now, or BQDs. One for methane, one for oxygen. On the base, and of course, we also have a newer ship quick disconnect arm as well, and shorter chopsticks. So it's not so much checking out the vehicle itself; it's checking out the pad as a whole. Because to this point, the vehicle has not seen any vehicle yet to this point, or the pad has not seen a vehicle yet to this point, booster or ship. Although we did see the booster transport stand recently transported out towards Pad 2 into a similar area for where a booster may end up being for booster lift and stacking operations, similar to where a ship should go as well. But yeah, we've been talking about it for a long time, like a long time. I remember last time I was in Starbase for Flight 11 back in October, I didn't know when we'd be back, when we would see Pad 2 up and running and seeing version 3 flying. But we are getting closer and closer by the day, and because of the amount of work that is happening on the vehicle side now, not just so much on the pad, we are as close as we have ever been, and we can actually start to get a glimpse of the finish line of when this could actually be done. So getting quite exciting.
Yeah, man. I think this is all going to culminate real fast, Max. Like, that's what I mean about SpaceX going fast. This is it's all gonna happen all at the same time. Like, I don't know if you guys noticed, booster and that, like, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm a tank watcher through and through. I've been for a long time. I don't know if you guys noticed, Booster 20 has two sections into Mega Bay. What is it? 1? Mega Bay 2 is for Starship. They're already stacking Booster 20. This is all going to start happening real quick because it has to. But yeah, and I'm excited as ever to do some tank watching, you guys. Like, this is, it's going to be fun, man.
It's the same over in Mega Bay 2 right now. They're already stacking Ship 40, and we're already seeing a number of nose cones in the windows of Star Factory along Highway 4. Granted, there's only so much that we can actually see in because the Windows start point is kind of high, and we're on the road level, so we can't like peek in, or see what's happening. But things have to start moving fast. And space flight is, I think Peter Beck said this in the documentary, or said something to the effect in the documentary of Wild Wild Space, which is a great documentary. You should watch it. Space is one of the fields where you have to deliver to stay alive. You have to. It is what's the word I'm thinking of? It is necessary for your survival. Like you can't just be making these wild promises and having little to no hope of actually delivering beyond like some sort of like brochure for like potential future capabilities. Like you have to deliver. And SpaceX is under contract to deliver for HLS. So it is imperative that Pad 2 comes online as fast as possible and version 3 is ready to fly as soon as possible.
I mean, this is all super time sensitive now for sure.
Yeah.
But also SpaceX, I know, really doesn't want a repeat of all the issues they had with version 2 and Block 2. I feel like that's the nightmare scenario of, this is going to be our version. This is the variant. This is going to push forward, and we barely had any successes, though. It's just, I feel like there's so much riding on this that for these first flights, I know they want to go fast. I know they have to go fast. But at least for this first flight, or maybe even the second, that they might take things a little extra slow. Do those extra static fire tests just to be 100% sure they know their systems, they know their engines, they know their vehicles. And again, we'll see when we even get the static fire for the ship, too. Yep. But once they can prove that they have a successful design finally in Block 3, I think that's when we're really going to see the pace pick up. But until then, I think it's almost behooves SpaceX to go back to their kind of slower ways like it was during the beginning of the program, which I know Elon never wants to go slow, SpaceX never wants to go slow, but...
To be fair, Sawyer, I think at least on the ship side, Ship 39 more or less looks ready to get rolled out. A bunch of the work that has had to be performed on it, from what we can observe from our cameras in our field team down there, is a whole bunch of small detailed work. Like, for instance, they were working on the heat shield for a while in parts, and that's why they had all that scaffolding put up around it. It looks like they're just refining a lot of stuff on 39, which is the first version 3 variant of ship. And version 3 cannot afford to have the same start to its life that version 2 did. Like, that's just not an option. Version 2 was flights 7, 8, and 9 were like, oh yeah, that kind of sucks, but they'll bounce back. They cannot afford that this time around. There's too much on the line, and they have to deliver, not just for HLS, but also for potential and future commercial partners as well. Camera's going a bit wonky there in Starbase. How about that? Colorful.
Jay, fix it.
Jay. Oh no. Colors. Oh no. But yeah, so I think, but yikes. I say yikes. It is a bit worrying that we've seen little progress with Ship 39 over recent weeks as we have, but at the same time, they could roll it out literally next week and start doing crowd testing on it. We don't know. We haven't seen any closures come up. We haven't seen anything that would indicate a closure is or a movement or a transport is imminent. But it needs to happen soon, regardless.
Yeah. I saw Rita coming in earlier saying, "So, are you going to be now known as the Blame Trench?"
Oh, that's harsh.
I'll take the blame
Ooh,
for that.
That's
sure.
harsh.
Yeah.
Oof. I don't know if I like that actually. I don't want to be blaming people. I want to be celebrating spaceflight. I don't want to be blaming, but actually I'll blame EJ for a lot, but that's a whole separate issue.
Man, why are you booing me? I'm right.
What? Are you now? I don't think you're right.
Yeah.
Nope. I don't think you're right. Nope.
I don't think you're right because my Fifi say so.
And then all for asking, Could SpaceX static fire Ship 39 without the gantry structure being completed or even used besides the SQD?
We don't even know what that's for yet, do we? Like, fully.
I don't personally know.
I don't think we know exactly what that's for. Maybe it's going to be for additional access to like some of the tank portholes or some of the access points to ship all around. But like, we don't have a definitive answer of what that's going to be, let alone if it's going to be in place during a static fire. I hope not, because that would kind of make the views of ship kind of suck. Hopefully it'll come back like a transporter erector or something. But we'll find out. Hopefully in a few weeks.
Hopefully. And then the other question, Chuck Jan asking here, is there a cryo stand even available for Ship 39?
They just moved oh gosh. The tank with the truss. Is that 18.1 or 18.3? I can't remember. Regardless
3.
of which it is. 18.3.
I think it's 3. Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Pretty sure 3.
That was just transported out of Massey, so they should have one available for it. But I don't follow Massey's like that closely, so I can't say definitively, but I think they have the room now.
I mean, they're going to have one available soon if they want to be able to aim for March. So.
Yeah, that too.
That's what I mean. I'm letting that kind of stakeholder expectation that you're under the gun now drive my predictions for SpaceX. Like, they got to go fast. They don't have a choice. It's go time. Hopefully Block 3 does what you want it to do. I for what it's worth, guys, I think it will. I am a gigantic Starship fanboy, so I'm really, 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 really hoping. The only reason why I like Starship so much, sorry, is because I want it to vindicate reusable second stages, which, I mean, the shuttle is more smart reuse second stage, but you get what I'm trying to say. Full reuse is the way to go.
Yep.
It's the way to go, and they're going to prove it. And Starship will do everything that the Space Shuttle did, but better. Sorry.
Bold claim.
I mean, Starship is aiming to be everything Shuttle wanted to be. So,
yep.
Insert unhappy Chris Bergen noises here.
I'm cheering it on. The shuttle was designed in 1972. All right, and I love it just as much as the next guy. All right, it's 2026. Okay, that's 1972 was a long time ago. Okay, let's make something new and make it work better. Okay, let's do this. They gotta go.
We gotta go, man. We gotta go.
Here, let me thank some people while we have a moment. John, Mr. Coffee, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. John, Mr. Coffee, also coming in with the super chat saying, delivering the goods, Judas Priest. Nice. Let's see. John, Mr. Coffee, also gifting another Red Team membership. And guess who this next one's from?
Check buyer. Oh.
John, Mr. Coffee, saying, blame be lame. Okay, touche. Now, here's the another question for coming up on that static fire. Michael asking, any guesses how many engines for the first one? Let's go around the horn.
What do you mean engines for the first one? Oh, static fire.
Yeah, for the static fire.
1 probably. Yeah, they'll probably follow a similar route to what they did with Booster 7, and that being like a 1 engine test, the 3 engine test, and then maybe they'll try the inner ring of 13, and then maybe they'll fire the outer ring of 20 by themselves. I don't know, but in my mind, it makes the most sense to go like 1, 3, 13, 33, and then see how it goes from there. Because again, like they're not just testing the engines at that point. It's the entire system in terms of the vehicle while it's mated to the ground systems with the launch mount and the flame trench. So incremental. The last thing they want to do is blow up the pad. Like that would be disastrous. But I don't want to even talk about that anymore because I don't want to manifest that in reality. To be honest, that's really bad news.
Yeah, and again, I think they're going to take that progressive steps given how new this all is. I think it makes sense. 1, 3, 13, 33. Just take it step by step. It's the first time we're seeing all of these engines fired together on a vehicle. Obviously, we see the testing going on in McGregor, but it behaves totally differently on a test stand versus integrated into hardware. So I'm excited to see.
Yep, 100%.
And Aid Astra coming in saying, White Booster, welcome back, BFB.
Big Falcon booster.
Oh
Let's
my
go.
God.
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
baby.
Oh, yeah.
Do you guys still think that they'll paint the bottom section of the booster black, like we saw in the renders?
Nah,
No,
probably not.
I kind of hope they do, because that just looks superior, and also maybe there might be some heat protection there. I don't know, but
I think the stainless can tank the heat down there. I think that's kind of the reason why they put all those lines down there, so it'll tank all that heat. They have SpaceX got to get all the mass out of that thing. Turns out when you make a booster out of steel, albeit stainless steel, you run into some mass problems.
Shocker.
So I think they're trying to get as much components, simplify and add lightness here, to quote Colin Chapman, right? That's what they're trying to do. I don't think if they don't have to paint it, don't paint it.
Yep. Fair.
And Max, I know you'd get that. I know you get what I'm saying when I say Colin Chapman.
I do. Yes, sir.
Yeah, baby.
What, you're thinking I won't get it?
Do you know who Colin Chapman is?
I do not.
Okay, well, there you go. That just answers the question.
Sorry. Anyway.
Colin Chapman was an engineer for the Lotus Formula One team in the 60s and the 70s.
And Jim Clark.
Simplify. What's up?
And Jim Clark was one of the greatest drivers to race at that time for Lotus.
Yep. Simplify and add lightness. Elon calls that the best part is no part, but that's the same idea.
Same philosophy. Yep.
Nerds. Anyway.
Hey, you call us nerds, but you just called a bunch of people in chat nerds that got the joke. That's all I'm saying.
Sorry, chat. I meant the nerds cultured. Next to me. Anyway. So, as we near the end of the show, again, I will be going through all of your hydrogen messages, so there is still time to get in your Blame Hydrogen merch and your Blame Hydrogen message. That will be a Ryan Caton style at the end, after like that Starship flight where I had to read through all the support. That's what it will be. Which, yeah, we'll see how we do at the end. Although Jared Isaacman at this point is still at the very beginning of his term. In fact, I believe the first 50 days of his term now. EJ?
Yep. Jared Isaacman had a huge post today about after being 50 days on the job. He's visited every NASA center. He's talked to everybody. He's tried to get his kind of finger on the pulse for what NASA needs. And he posted a video today about where he thinks the direction that NASA needs to go. I must say, I'm pretty impressed with this. Jared Isaacman basically wants to restore the core competencies at NASA. I don't know if you guys know, not like necessarily Sawyer and Max, like out in chat. If you work out in the industry, if you ever worked with anybody from NASA, there's not a lot of people that actually work at NASA. A lot of it is through contractors and suppliers and small businesses. That is on purpose, but to an extent where the institutional knowledge is not under the roof of NASA. According to Rook and what he said in this video and this post, is that creates a very bureaucratic structure where stuff is not likely to get finished because there's too much middle management. As an organization, it's called being too top heavy, right? So what Jared Isaacman wants to do with this is restore core competencies at NASA, and he wants to start hiring people that work at NASA, not NASA's company spaceflight.com/org, that's a contractor for NASA. Not that we're a contractor for NASA. That's just what popped into my head, right? He wants to start bringing people in-house, which is historically more how NASA operated, like, during the early parts of the space program. Basically, Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo. They had people working there from like Boeing and, it was Grumman at the time. And I think Douglas made the S-4B, right? They had, contractors around, but the vast majority of your engineers your engineers, your designers were under the NASA roof. Now, guys, this is kind of unprecedented. Like I said, this is how NASA was run, like during the Apollo program. I think this is a great idea. I think this is fantastic. Max, yeah, you agree?
I agree. I do. I mean, anything. We've all seen the bureaucratic issues that have plagued the agency in recent years, especially since the end of shuttle.
Like not testing your TSMU for 3 years, and then it fails in the same
core
way it failed
example.
before. No, it's not. It's the exact thing I'm talking about, man.
But whatever we can do to help simplify the process and get the right people in the positions that we can get them is I will 100% support that. There's a lot of detail and nuance to this topic that I'm just not familiar with, and I will not go into because of that. But in a general sense, for what Jared has been saying here, I fully agree, and also with you, EJ.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the only thing that we're waiting on here is just the funding to come through. But the interesting thing is, and this is off the cuff, so there was a House resolution that came through the other day. It's passed in the U.S. House of Representatives about basically doing that. Like, we were worried about the presidential expectations for the budget for this year, gutting NASA and, we're talking about like a $7 billion difference in funding between last year and this one, right? And then that didn't happen, and NASA ended up getting a boost in funding. And now for the next year, with this continuing resolution, now don't get me wrong, it doesn't call necessarily for funding, but it basically says what Congress wants to do, what Congress thinks NASA should do, right? And this, I think it's House Resolution 2723 or something. I'd have to go look, right? But this essentially says what Jared Isaacman is saying. So, a lot of people are going to say like, oh, what about the money? What about the money? Well, guys, this is like one of the few times where, the NASA administrator and Congress and the executive branch kind of all see eye to eye on something, especially with the House resolution that came through the other day. This is going to happen. It's going to happen. I really, really think so. I think, they're going to NASA's going to need a little bit of a budget bump here to get this done. But, bold goals and timelines are going to get you this, because it's in every American's best interest that we head back to the moon, and we go back to doing the difficult things, not because they're easy, but because they are hard, right? Like, that's the whole point. Right. So, and you're seeing the system galvanize and start to work. And I think that what Jared's doing is fantastic in this regard, bringing people back in-house at NASA and restoring core competencies and making NASA more vertically integrated. That's where it starts. That's how we did things during Apollo. Let's do it again. It's good stuff, man. Real good stuff.
By the way, someone who's from New England is going to quote JFK and not do the accent.
And then all right. We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they're easy, but because they are hard.
Wow, JFK's in the room with us.
That was rather impressive, EJ. Well done.
That was actually really good, dude.
I only grew up in the next town over. Like, I'm just saying, that's where I'm from, man. Just saying. Like, actually, that speech rules. If you listen to that speech,
it
still
does.
relevant to this day.
Yep.
Why does Rice play Texas?
This nation, a nation that expects for other nations to look to them, will not flounder in the backwash of space. It's good stuff, man. It's good stuff. Real good stuff. Get you fired up.
It does.
Chat loves it too, by the way. So,
because that challenge is one we are willing to accept, one we are unwilling to postpone, and one we intend to win. And the others too.
I think what it would benefit not just the American space program, but also for all of our international partners as well. There was a saying that I heard there's a line from my favorite documentary in the entire world. It's called The Space Shuttle, that came out in 1994 with the Discovery Channel. That is the movie that planted the seed in my head when I was a little kid, watching it end over, like, over and over and over again. That's what planted the space seed in the back of my head. There's a line in there, and I believe it wasn't a speech from JFK, but I think it was a saying that he used to, or in I can't it's I can't think of what it actually is, like terminology wise, but he would say that to show how badly you really want something, take your best hat, throw it over a wall that you can't scale, and find a way to go get it back. Because if it means that much to you, you will. And that does not apply for hats. Like, that applies to really what we want to accomplish, not just in space, but with our country as a whole, with our international partners. And I truly believe that we have lost sight of that at times, at least in terms of the long-term goal and for the why of why we're doing this. I think it would do us all a lot of good. I know a lot of people in the U.S. right now are craving something to be prideful of and to be proud of and to look forward to and look up and smile at. And I think that would do us a lot of good.
That's the thing. Of course, you can sell a lot of things about NASA to the public. You can try to, at least. Spin-offs. The report that for every $1 spent in space, $7 comes back to us here on Earth. The fact that pretty much everybody watching this is using some form of technology created by NASA to be able to watch this show, to hear us, to see us, to have you either in your pocket or on a big flat screen TV, or while you're working out in the garage with your cordless power tools, or while you're in the car driving using your GPS. There's of course all of that, but there's something also just about the pride of the exploration of it. I think that's kind of been lost because we've just been stuck in low Earth orbit, which it's fine, it's cool, but we need to show people something different. Because if we don't show them something different, we show them the same things, they get bored of it. We saw that with just the number of shuttle launches too. Going back to the moon like this is big. And I think some of the ideas that at least Jared is trying to get through, and that NASA is now trying to get through, is going to help recapture that idea of inspiring that NASA has been doing, to grab people's attention and go, look, here's something you haven't seen. Here's a mission that's gonna, head to one of Saturn's moons. Here's a mission that's actually gonna go back to the moon for the first time in 50 years. All of these new things that people will see it and go, oh, that's actually kind of cool. And then when people go, well, this is a waste of money, that's when you can use that other ammunition.
I agree, man. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh, good stuff, man. Good stuff.
It is. Yeah, hang on. I can't. Give me 1 sec if you could. I just can't hear you. Hang on. My earpiece is going quiet.
Hello?
You have an earpiece?
Sawyer, this is EJSA Control, UHF comm check.
Sawyer, come in, Sawyer.
Endeavor to ground. Endeavor, Houston. Houston, Endeavor, whatever.
Ground control to Major Tom.
I hate that song.
What are you talking about? You hate it.
I hate that song. The song sucks.
Well, that song hates you, so it works out.
Good. That's fine. I don't like that. I hope
it does. I hope it does.
Why not?
I don't like Space Oddity because it implies mission failure. I don't like mission failure. Mission failure is not something I look at and go, hey, that's cool. No. No. Absolutely not. Failure is not an option, man.
My exact reaction to people loading Starship before it's stacked, but you know what? It's fine. I'm not hanging on to that at all. Not at all. No way.
Oh my gosh. All right. Do I dare try and go through this panel now?
Yes.
Do it.
All right. Here we go. Catch my breath. Jeremy saying, thank you, Lindsay, for bringing this back. And apologize. Oh, yeah, we're not in the $3, so we're not going to merch by anyone. Anonymous, thank you, Lindsay and NSF. Signed, Space Pope. Chris, we love you, Lindsay. Look at all this Lindsay love, which her post is pinned up at the top with the links to the last chance for this.
Lindsay
Bernard,
is the MVP.
Yay for bringing it back. Thank you, Lindsay. Getting more items as well. Holy smokes. Michael saying, Flame Trench rules. Whoa. Booster 19 is...
We get it, you vape.
Very venti.
Huh.
I was concerned for a second, like, why are we seeing venting out of the methane tank? But it's not actual methane in there. I always forget about that. It's nitrogen right now.
That is still very venti. I mean, I thought they were wrapping up doing testing, weren't they?
Yeah, I thought so as well. And then I guess they decided to blow more prop into it. I don't know. An obvious depress of sorts. Don't know what from, though.
Yeah, Gage, who's providing the view for us, saying it's really loud, too.
I'd imagine so, being, yeah, with all those vents running, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just mesmerized by it now. This is pretty cool.
God, it's all white, dude. I cannot wait. Ship is more or less going to look the same when it's on the pad, but the booster is going to be the biggest visual change here once we see version 3 vertical for the first time. Yeah. Especially in flight with the unprotected. I've been having so many dreams about engine shots with all 33 Raptors without the shielding. I cannot tell you how much that has run through my head, and how much I want to capture that one moment as it's leaving the orbital launch mount. Like, oh my god, that's just,
dude. I'm ready for the split flame coming out of pad 2.
Okay,
the split flame, dude.
Okay.
The split flame's gonna be legendary.
Actually, I want to ask both of you.
Okay, all right.
What do you think that's going to look like? Is it going to be an initial burst of steam and then nothing but flame after that? Or is it going to be one continuous steam cloud or cloud of steam and dust, like expanding in both directions, like almost forever? Because personally, I have been of the opinion that each plume or the plume cap are coming out from either side of the trench, depending on water flow, is probably going to be the better part of like maybe half a mile long on each side, considering how long it may have to stay on the pad for throttle up and then release, and how much time that exhaust is going to have to build out. It's going to be like Proton like 5.0, genuinely. But what do you guys think?
I think
completely
that
hijacked it. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good, man. I think that it's going to put a big cloud of steam out, and then so here's the thing with pad deluge systems, right? What you're going to do is you're initially going to have a high water concentration with a low amount of heat.
Yep.
Right. And then as more and more, as the rocket engines turn on and everything, you're going to get more and more heat introduced into the same amount of water flow. Right. So what's going to happen is initially you're going to get a big steam cloud coming out either end, similar to what you'd see like on the test stands at Stennis, something similar to that. But it's going to get to a point where the steam is going to saturate. Steam can only water vapor, steam can only tank so much heat. It'll saturate, and then you'll see the flames shoot out. So it'll be this big white cloud for a second, and then you'll see flames going out either side.
And then probably dust at that point as well.
Oh yeah, it's going to look like the OLM, like the original OLM on the first pad. If you look at like how their sound suppression works, it's essentially a big cloud, and then you get flames shooting out in every direction. It's going to be that, but it's going to channel some serious Saturn V energy, and I'm here for it.
See, but like they'll have a lot more water flow than what they had at pad 1 as well. So that's why I'm kind of curious. I don't know. And also because there's a lot more surface area on top of the launch mount now as well, and that's also going to be water cooled. When the vehicle does its initial pitch over for its tower avoidance maneuver or a very early gravity turn, I'm not quite sure what it is. When it pitches over, all that is going to be bouncing right off and bouncing right back and flashing into steam again. It's not like. I mean,
go ahead. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, you're going to get some from the pad deluge, right? In the sound suppressor, but you got to remember that. So, okay, guys, if you look at this picture right here. Look at where the umbilicals for the OLM are. They're on the right-hand side.
Yep.
They're on the opposite side of the pad avoidance maneuver.
Yep.
Right. So the flames are going to go off the pad deck, and then they're going to actually go in that kind of little crevasse where those 4 lights are between the pad and the tower. Right. And then if you guys look a little bit further, like on the tower itself, it has cladding on one side because that part of the tower gets ganked during that pad avoidance maneuver.
Yep.
So, right. I don't think it'll probably make another puff of smoke, Max, like what it did. But yeah, I think that the point I'm trying to get at is I think SpaceX understands that that part of the pad gets wrecked, so they're probably going to shoot more water in that direction.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
during that pad avoidance maneuver, you're probably going to see another puff of steam, right? I don't think it'll saturate or anything, but yeah, drench things with water. Guys, water is a disgustingly good heat sink. There's a reason why
good.
it's disgusting. It's ridiculous. Like if you look at like the physics behind it, it's kind of ridiculous how much heat that water can actually tank. Like there's a reason why power plants use it. There's a reason why like every power plant that's, like nuclear, gas, LNG, coal, whatever, they're all just heating up water. That's what every single one of them does. There's a good reason for that. Water's really good at absorbing heat.
What do you think, Sawyer?
I mean, I think the latter. I think we're just going to see this continuous plume of smoke and just billowing outwards. And I hopefully it's getting at like framing Starship as it goes by with the right angle.
I mean, the angle that people are going to have from the Rocket Ranch outpost is perhaps going to be among the best, because at that point, the perspective that they have over there is right. You're essentially almost facing the launch mount, and the flame trench exits are going to your right and to your left, so you're like right in the middle of it almost. So
those are some of my
like South Padre.
I was gonna say those are some of my favorite shots going back to Shuttle and even Falcon Heavy with the demo flight where you see that side-on view of it going up with the the SpaceX or the boosters on the side, obviously not labeled in this case, but that is one of my all-time favorite launch views. And now imagine that with a perfectly spread out plume underneath. Oh, money.
We hope, and well, we should have a pretty good idea when they do a full 33 engine static fire. That will give us the greatest indication, and also depending on its duration. I mean, they don't exactly have. They aren't. I don't believe they're as limited on water supply for a test at that point than they were over at Pad 1. Because at Pad 1, I think they were limited to like 7 seconds, and also the engines had to remain at idle thrust, otherwise it would break the hold down arms, and the rocket would pull. What was it? Whatever, I can't remember what Chinese rocket that was that turned a static fire into a dynamic fire and left the test stand. I don't know if that's I can't remember. Well, I don't know if they're going to have the same limitations on Pad 2. I think that they're going to have a bit more water to support a longer duration if they have to, but I wonder if the hold down arms that are currently installed are equipped and capable of holding it down under higher thrust loads than idle. Because if they do, oh my word! I mean, either way, we're in for a show. But oh my word, like that's something that SpaceX hasn't done before. At least for boosters on the pad during a static fire. We see the full minute duration static fires of ships at Massey's, but that's 6 Raptors compared to 33 in one very confined space. So, and when we're talking, I can't remember how much thrust the Raptors make. It's like what? 7 million pounds of thrust with all 33 engines combined? 7 or 8 million pounds of thrust?
Is that for V2 or V3?
Well, version 2, I can't remember numbers off the top of my head. I used to. Shame. But it's a significant upgrade, even compared to Raptor 2. But even then, we're talking almost, 2.5 times the thrust of Saturn V in a much smaller flame trench. And 33 engines. Like, you can imagine how that's going to look. Intense. I think the word to describe it is intense.
Intense. I like it. It's one of those where, again, it's one of those things. It's like, what was the say of like computers dream of sheep? I'm trying to remember the quote, but do photographers dream of their shots? Apparently, the answer is yes. They do.
Yes. I've had this in my head for many months, and I will do my best to make it a reality. We'll do what we can, because we are probably going to be a bit more limited on location compared to what we used to have at Pad 1, because of its proximity and also the recent southern pad extensions or property extensions between Pad 1 and Pad 2 going southward. We will do what we can. That much I can say.
And Alex in the back channel saying version 2 was about 16 million pounds of thrust, and version 3 is 18.2 million pounds of thrust.
Good God.
That's awesome. Oh man, dude, those flames are gonna be
It's gonna be
huge.
amazing.
Oh,
Gonna start
man.
playing Through the Fire and Flames as it goes off.
Dude,
Yep.
oh my God. Yeah, that should be the Flight 12 anthem.
Just hit enough wrong notes on Guitar Hero and then copyright claim won't know it. You're fine.
Well,
anyway, let me go back to thanking people here still, because we have This Week in Spaceflight coming up right after this, so stay tuned. That way you can get all the serious news going on in spaceflight from Alicia. Michael saying Flame Trench rules. And then someone who's anonymous who signed it D. Wonder who that could be. I don't know anyone here that goes by the name D, saying, I'm really glad we extended this because I really needed the shirt. I wonder if we'll see someone over at the press site wearing that in the coming days. Stevery saying, go Lindsay. Daniel saying, love the shop team. Mr. Very excited. Wife sat with me. Thanks, NSF. I wonder if this is Adrian. She's just saying, Danke. Bitte. I think that's your welcome. I'm not bitte. You're bitte.
oh, Jesus.
I hadn't had enough puns yet. We're off for a week. I'm still trying to catch up on them, okay? Fluffy coming in also saying, thank you, Lindsay. Appreciate that. Russell saying, thank you, Lindsay. Boy, Lindsay getting all the love tonight. It's the Southern drawl. It's the charm when she comes on, selling it with the Southern drawl. I'm telling you.
That can happen. Boy, I tell you what.
Propane and propane accessories.
Well, I tell you what, we got some dang fine shirts here for you, Chad. You got to go over to the shop.nasaspaceflight.com and get yourself a dang hydrogen shirt. Guess what? Guess what hydrogen's a part of? It's a part of propane, boy. And propane is the best propellant ever used in the history of mankind.
I mean, to be fair, Spectrum, ESAR Spectrum does use propane.
Well,
yeah.
Anything that's utilizing LNG is going to use propane in small quantities. The mixture really depends on what the rocket engine likes, if we're really going to be technical.
I thought
so.
You were going to say
trying
propane.
to tell you what. Well, I'm trying to tell you. Well, that means ground servicing equipment is propane and propane accessories, boy.
You'd have a field day in South Texas.
Meeting.
Yeah, I agree, Sawyer. Yeah.
Anyway, Brian, so pleased to get this. Keep up the good work. Will saying thank you, Lindsay. Dan saying heck yeah, this is awesome. Christopher, all caps, thank you, Lindsay. Anonymous, LH2 engineer here, going to wear the Blame Hydrogen hoodie to the next tanking test.
Hey, yes. Nice.
Oh, if you could send pictures of that to the socials or just DM it to us.
Yes,
we don't have to share public.
DM us selfies or something, dude. Like that's epic. That's awesome.
Yeah. Even if you don't want it public, just DM it so we can share it with the shop team. That'd be awesome. Roger, H2O, no. Jerry, love this, and thank you for letting us get it. Anonymous, another one, saying thanks, Lindsay. Jonathan saying thanks, EJ, you have the power.
I have the power!
Anonymous with the thank you. Jack, thank you, Lindsay. Joseph, hats off to Lindsay, EJ Sawyer, and Max. Coffee cup needed as NASA runs on coffee for launches. It's the only way we're making it through these nights. This is better than blaming Canada or China. Yeah. Tracy, the puns are real. They better be. Thanks, shop team, for the second chance to grab these. Anonymous with the let's go with the Southern style, like Louisiana spelling. Anonymous, thank you for all your hard work. Presenters and back of house alike have been watching Flame Trench since the start and still look forward to the next one. I appreciate it. Ian, missed the stream, love the merch opportunity, power to the trench. Anonymous saying always blame hydrogen. Adrian saying thanks, Lindsay, but I still blame hydrogen. Cameron, I am in Florida for Artemis, hoping for Crew 12 and Vulcan as a constellation prize.
Nice.
Daniel, thank you. Lindsay, Blame Hydrogen. William, thank you for reopening the Blame Hydrogen merch. Love the Flame Trench and long live NSF. Thank you. And final, Anonymous, thank you to Lindsay. Whew. Made it through.
Good job, man.
Thank you. I don't know how we did that, but we made it through that.
It's all EJ's fault.
Yeah, so last chance, grab it before it's gone. Hopefully it doesn't come back, and hopefully there's no more hydrogen leaks that cause any issues with the wet dress coming up. The other group that I need to thank are our launch directors and flight engineers. They are the ones here at NSF that are the highest level of support, and one of the perks that you get with those is you get your names at the end of the Flame Trench and NSF Lives and other special events. So huge thank you to all the names on there, again, except Jack Beyer. Appreciate that. And then I will say that every time. That is going to be my running joke now for all the Flame Trenches. Thank you to all of our launch directors and flight engineers except Jack Beyer. Also got to thank the people here with me. EJ, thank you for joining as well.
Oh, thanks for having me. I know it's a privilege being on here, and I try to bring my A game when I'm here. I appreciate y'all watching. It's fun. It's fun. We like doing this, so thank you for the support. And yeah, good times. Good times.
Good times indeed. Thank you as well for joining us here, Max Evans. I know plans changed, but we're glad you're able to join us tonight.
Absolutely. I mean, Sawyer, that's just the nature of the game that we play, right? In spaceflight. Very, very, very excited to be here, and thank you very much for everyone for coming to hang out tonight. As there was a lot to talk about tonight, but a lot of fun stuff, and hopefully in the coming weeks, we should have a lot more fun stuff to talk about as we edge closer to a lot more exciting flights coming up. So, thank you very much, everyone, and we'll see you again very soon.
Exactly. And Jay Keegan has been the one today pushing the buttons, pulling the levers, bringing all of the views to you. I was going to say, Max, move your mouth while I'm talking, so it sounded like I was. There we go. This Week in Spaceflight is coming up next, so you'll be able to watch that here. We'll redirect you over to it. Keep an eye out on Space Coast Live, Crew 12 coming. And then, of course, we have Vulcan and Crew 12 launches happening very soon. I'm Sawyer Rosenstein. I've been your host here for the Flame Trench. Thanks for watching, everybody. And we will catch you all on the next one. Let's go trench and twist.
And here we go.
There's the W. Here's ignition.
Doubling up.
Did it just do a Kerbal?
Back to the moon and beyond.
Put that in the big bag, you know.
Back at home, we all have a lot of work to do, but from here, that sure looks like a perfect flow.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
We did have an observation. 343 unfolds to go.
It's orange.
Water towers fly!
Bingo! Right in the center.
Where's Jacqueline? There it is!
That was surreal.
That's not what we want to see.
No.
Oh my God.
Yikes. You bet. We don't need any more of these.
Okay, I should be back now. You should be able to hear everything. Cool. All right. I hope you guys oh crap. All right. There we go. I hope you guys enjoyed Flame Trench. That's pretty good. Oh boy. Yeah, they don't do post show anymore. They don't want to do that. That was part of like the, things that they wanted to change. We use it just to discuss how the show went and stuff. So, yeah. How's the show though, guys? Good? Better? Some big space news you missed yesterday. All right. Okay. Nice. Fantastic show. You and Max got a vibe. Yeah, Max is cool. I've been trying to get him to get out of his shell for a long time. He did it today, and I'm like, yes, Thor. Because of you, I'm seriously considering playing Factorio instead of Friday Night Racing. We got Friday Night Racing at Daytona, guys. We gotta do that. And then maybe if we have some time, Factorio after. But let me go see how much snow is on the ground. Give me 1 second. F-35 camo spotted. Splinter camo. It's painted like a Chinese plane. That's funny. Or sorry, West Taiwan plane. We'll miss the pre and post show, but you get it. Yeah, it's kind of out of my control, dude. I didn't want to do it no more. But yeah, we still got the body of the show, so that's good. I'll be right back. I got to look outside. Oh, good news. It's not snowing. That's good. I love the post show though. I get they want to bring it down a notch post show for the hosts to review, but allowing y'all to be a little unhinged is the best thing about the post show. Maybe instead of a post show, do something like combustion byproducts in the middle of the week over here on Twitch. Yeah. Okay. I'll let them know, dude. Yeah. I was a little bumming when they did that, but whatever. It is what it is. Okay. Cool. All right. So let's do some racing, dudes. How's the mission going? It's going good, Aquamori. How are you? What are you going to play now? We're going to do Friday night racing at Daytona. We're going to do, a small enduro race at the Daytona Roval. I'm only going to do really 2 Friday night racing events this year, guys. I kind of, racing, not enough people are really showing up, so it's Daytona Roval, John. So yeah, GT3 cars and LMP. So yeah, that should be pretty good. So I will that's going to start up at 9, guys. I'm going to go down and I got to go down to the house real quick for a second, and when I get back, we'll get going. Nikolai, glad to see Friday night racing is still a thing, even if it's only a couple of races a year. Yeah, Nick, it's just it's kind of on me, and not enough people showed up. It's not, if we get 5 people that 5 to 10 people, it's just not. It's just doing laps. It's not really a fun race, and you guys didn't like it. The numbers don't lie, But it is what it is. You don't like that they didn't tell members about it. It's literally one of the advertised reasons to why becoming a member, and they just canceled it. Total BS. All right, Akimi, give me 1 second. There, I shut off a message, dude. We'll see. They said they posted it about it in the multi-view, Akimi. Yeah. Okay. It was okay, so it was in the members multi-view. No, yeah, we were just trying to figure out what's going on. That's all. It's all good, man. I get it. I recently started sim racing, and getting people involved can be tricky. Glad you're still doing it, though. Right on, Nikolai. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, there you go. So Kimi, right there you go, right from Kevin's mouth, right there. Thanks, Kev. I appreciate it, man. We're using Assetto Corsa for Friday night racing. And yeah, guys, I gotta go down to the house real quick. I have to make sure everything is good down there. It's spick and span for the snowstorm. Yeah, I got you, man. Thank you for popping in. I appreciate it. Yeah. Snowstorm's gonna start at. Yeah, it's gonna start tomorrow morning. All right, I gotta go down there and make sure the snow blowers are good to go and stuff. And check on Bree and stuff. So yeah, I will be back momentarily for Friday night racing.